And we're live.
All right. Oh, it's past that time. I will call us to order. Welcome, everybody, to our next quarterly, well, I don't know if we're quarterly, our next irregular utility committee meeting. So I'll start with a roll call. So I'm here. Councillor Walters, I can see.
Present.
Far away on the other side of the room. I'm very socially distanced. Councillor Banga, I can see you.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor McKean.
Good morning, sir.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Morning. And then I can see, I'm seeing Councillor Zadok. I think I saw Councillor Carton-Mel. Is there anybody, any other visitors that I'm missing from council? Great. Good. Well, welcome. If somebody would like to move adoption of the agenda, that would be fabulous.
So moved.
Great. And there are, with the additions, so do you have those in front of you?
Yeah, there you go. Additions 6.2 EPCOR Water Services Inc. 2022 to 26 rate application and 5 hydrant service cost 6.5 EPCOR Water Services Inc. and 6.6 bylaw 19367 to amend bylaw 12294.
Great. Good. So that's all moved. Any concerns about the agenda or additions? Hearing none, please vote using your handy-dandy devices, and we'll see if it's a good day or a bad day now.
We have all the votes except for yours,
That's
Councillor
because nothing
Henderson.
came up. This is a middling day then. Oh, that's why, because I actually opened it but didn't actually go into the meeting. This is a human error rather than a... Okay, I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Great, perfect. Here we go. Now I can vote. Good, that has passed. Then on next to approval of the minutes from the December 4th, 2020 Utility Committee meeting. Would somebody like to move those?
I'll move those, Mr.
I'll
Chair.
move those.
Okay, I moved by, I think Councillor Walters got their seconds early first. Any concerns about the minutes? Hearing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
And display the vote. And that too has passed. We do have a protocol item, Councillor Walters.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. So I just want to take a couple minutes today to give small mention for now. The mention shall become bigger in the coming few days. But this is news received from friend and partner, University of Waterloo, and specifically the Intact Centre on climate change adaptation. So with spring around the corner, they've just released their report on flood preparedness for Canadian cities, which gets released every 5 years. So Canadian cities received, generally, according to the Intact Centre, an uninspiring grade on flood preparedness, which is proven to be the costliest type of natural disaster, which a new national study has found. The study conducted by the Intact Centre on Climate Change Adaptation at the University of Waterloo further shows that many cities have made little progress to limit their risk of flooding over the past 5 years. In a survey of 16 municipalities, cities across Canada scored an average of C+ in flood readiness in 2019-20. The same score near identical study found in, as the last study found in 2015. So this issue of preparing for climate change and making your city flood resilient is still a huge challenge nationally. But the good news is, and very positive news, is that here in the city of Edmonton in 2015 we had received a C- for our efforts, so below the national average then. Edmonton has been the most improved city in Canada, moving from C- to B+, and is actually the most, according to their new study at Intact, the Intact Centre study, along with Regina and Toronto, are the most flood-prepared cities in the country as of 2020. So there will be some formal announcements and press release from the centre next week, but I was allowed to make mention of that today. I think that's excellent news for our city, for the folks at EPCOR and the supporting folks from city administration who work with them, for all the work that's been done in the past number of years to put us at the top and to do something, to achieve something that's so important for our residents and our business owners in the city. So congratulations to everyone who's involved in making, getting us this very excellent nation-leading grade. So there'll be more celebrations about that to come. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much, and I know it's a significant part of what we'll probably hear first in the report as well about future efforts, so that's great. Thank you. Good. Any other protocol items? Stony silence, great. So select items for debate. Is there anybody wanting to jump in? I mean, if no one else is, it looks like.
Sorry.
Councillor Walters, I saw, it looked like Councillor McKean maybe, but I didn't hear him. No, okay.
Select items for debate.
Yep.
I will take, and I take them not because I need to go first on each of them, if you can note that. All of them.
Yeah, except 5.1. Do we need 5.1?
Yeah, I don't need 5.1.
No. Okay, I'd be inclined to agree. We need to deal with everything.
Yep.
Good. All right. Okay, so everything's selected. Can we move, if somebody would like to move, would anybody like 5.1? Good. Somebody like to move remaining item?
I'll move the balance.
Okay, so the remaining item, any concerns about those? Please vote. And whenever you're ready, display the vote. And that's passed. So we have, Mr. Clerk, I think all we've passed is 5.1, which is the revised due date for the performance-based report, cost of service study update, correct?
That's correct.
Good. All right. So we also have a request to speak on item 6.4. If somebody would like to move those three names. Councillor Walters, do you have them in
Yeah,
front of
I
you?
got the sheet here, I can do it. So on I'll move that the utility committee hear from the following speakers and panels when appropriate on item 6.4, industrial, commercial, and institutional sector waste management update. Number 1, Richard Moreau from the Lewis Estates Grand Condominium Corp., Donna Monkhouse from Alberta Residential Landlord Association, and Cam Hantiuk from the Waste Management of Canada Corporation.
Great. Please vote. And whenever you're ready, display the vote. And that's passed. Great. And then one more thing. I think it's already in here. At 9.1 and 9.2, there's a request for them to be heard together. I'm puzzled why we wouldn't put 6.5 and 6.6 together to hear them together. Is there a reason we shouldn't hear them together? They're really the same item. So is that, okay, so I would suggest we do, that we hear 6.5 and 6.6 together, and that we hear 9.1 and 9.2 together. Would somebody like to move that?
So moved.
Okay, please vote. And whenever you're ready to display the vote, that has passed. No other requests for time specific, so councillor inquiries? I didn't receive any, so I presume there are none. And I think that brings us to our first fabulous item. We'll find out what EPCOR is up to for the year, or planning to be up to for the year.
Oops. How do I get back on? Oh. Oh. There we go. Nope. Thank you. Are we ready? Oh. Good morning, councillors. I'm Daryl Manning. I'm Director of Regulatory for EPCOR Water Services, and I'm here with my colleague Cindy Chappelle, Director of Operations for Drainage. We have a short presentation. I'm assuming you'd like to hear that?
I think that would be useful, yes, thank you.
Okay. So what we're presenting this morning is the 2021 operational plan, and this covers water services, which of course is the water treatment and the distribution side, as well as wastewater treatment and drainage services. And as you may recall from last year, we presented a similar plan, and it's a combined report for both utilities, water services and drainage. And the reason we do that is really to illustrate the number of areas that water and drainage are now working together in some of the common initiatives. So the report really is structured as here's the things we're working on together, and then here's the things that are water specific and drainage specific. You may also recall from last year's plan that there were a number of multi-year initiatives, things that really go over 2 or 3 years, just given the size and scope. So a lot of the items in this particular report began last year And so we've updated them in terms of some of the descriptions, in terms of where progress is to date, currently planned activities and those types of things. But unfortunately, COVID has impacted some of the timelines, so they have been moved back slightly. Just for the new councillors on the committee, I thought I would put this in context. When drainage was transferred to Edmonton, there was a desire to develop more reporting back to utility committee around drainage, and obviously we feel that the reporting should be the same for water and wastewater. And so we developed this reporting framework, and it really sets out when we come forward and what we present. And the real core of that is our rates notice and rates report, or what we refer to as PBR application. We'll hear more about that later this morning. But this really is a 3-year, 5-year plan going forward. And then that becomes the baseline against which all our subsequent reporting is assessed. And so if we say financially, here's where we're going to be in the application, we come back and report against that. We present an annual operational plan, and that's what we're here to do today. It's done in February, and it really lays out, here's the significant initiatives and activities that we have planned.
Sorry, just a point of privilege, Mr. Chair. I don't know if other members of the committee the presentations presenting is very blurry for me.
Yeah, I had noticed that as well.
So I can't actually see
think
it.
if you look in your email, you'll be able to pull the presentation up, however, through that. And that might be the better way to do it, where it's crystal clear.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. So again, we're presenting the annual operational plan. That's what we're planning to do for the upcoming year. We come back in June and we present our PBR progress report, which is the prior year, and it really looks at the financial results in comparison to what we said we would do in the application. We look at the performance metrics and those results, and it is an update of the operational initiatives that we lay out in the operational plan. So it really is those that are completed, what we've achieved, as well as things we may be looking at going forward and those types of things. And then lastly, we have what we call initiative-specific reporting. And this is really anything that utility committee asks us to come back and report on. And often those come out of the operational plan, and so we tell you what we're going to do in the upcoming year, and people find interest in a certain topic, and then we'll come back and do a more detailed presentation on that. And so if there's anything that we speak about today or anything that's in the plan, we're certainly happy to come back and present more detail around that as the initiatives proceed. So with that overview, I'll turn it over to Cindy, who will walk us through some of the major specific initiatives in it.
Thank you, Darrell. So just a bit of an overview of the operational plan. Really, it presents initiatives in a common strategic framework comprised of 6 focus areas: customer service, public health and environment, employee and public safety, employee development, operational performance, and growth and financial performance. Under the customer service initiatives, a focus will be on reviewing developer funding mechanisms to align approaches across all business units. Currently, the capital investments required to support new development across the city are allocated between developers and ratepayers differently in each of our various lines of business. We're going to continue to work with UDI to develop a principles-based approach that appropriately mitigates rate increases, supports growth in Edmonton, and aligns with the City of Edmonton's long-term growth objectives. Once the position has been finalized, and we anticipate that at the end of this year, we'll present it to Utility Committee for discussion. Any implementation of changes that would then coincide with the next PBR application. Another initiative under customer service is to ensure continued coordination with the City of Edmonton, UDI, and IDEA to ensure we serve our customers better through improved planning of work, management of construction impacts, and realization of efficiencies. The focus in 2021 is on maintaining positive and collaborative interactions with the City of Edmonton regarding surface restoration, traffic disruptions, and development permitting processes. Regular meetings with the City, IDEA, and UDI will focus on improving processes and ensuring timely and proactive communication with all interested parties. Under public health and the environment, The focus is on enhancing the climate change and river flooding resiliency plans. In 2021, the objectives are to review all risks associated with climate change on the Edmonton water and wastewater system operations and to determine the appropriate risk ranking. The risk rankings were originally developed in 2018, and in 2021, the additional climate change risks that will be added include low flow and availability in the river, localized drought, significant changes to water quality, wildfire in the river basin, changing ecology in the river with increased temperatures, and the risk of increased main breaks, specifically transmission main breaks, due to more freeze and thaw cycles. Another objective is to produce an outward-looking document that can be shared with key stakeholders, such as the City of Edmonton Council and Administration, Alberta Environment Parks, and other stakeholders who are interested in our climate adaptation plan. And it's also critical for us to ensure that these plans align with the City of Edmonton's climate change adaptation plan. Under public health and the environment, we're also focused on executing the enhanced lead mitigation strategy. The focus in 2021 will be to develop broader communication plans and messaging related to the implementation of orthophosphate for our customers. It will also be to develop a long-term monitoring program to really analyze and ensure the effectiveness of the orthophosphate dosing across Edmonton. We'll also be focusing on replacement of high-priority lead service line replacements. In our regional operations, we'll be developing a lead service line inventory and a monitoring program. Finally, under public health and environment, we're also going to be focusing on the E.L. Smith Solar Project. We anticipate construction starting this year and completion anywhere between Q4 of 2021 and Q2 of next year. Under employee and public safety, the focus in 2021 will be to develop and implement a company-wide review of standard operating procedures for chemicals and these 6 life-saving rules, including confined space, working from heights, hazardous energy isolation, lift plans and suspended loads, limits of approach, and ground disturbance. These reviews will ensure conformance to EPCOR standards and provincial legislation, as well as increase the layers of protection for our people and our assets. Under employee development in 2021, we will develop a company-wide competency program whose foundation is based on the high-risk hazard activities under the initiative Environmental, Public, and Employee, Public, and Health and Safety. The focus on competency will enhance a capable workforce. The next slide, under operational performance, we will implement the Organizational Project Management Office to ensure efficiency and effectiveness of our projects, and we will be standardizing the way that project managers across water and drainage plan, execute, and monitor their projects and programs through the creation of one project management methodology along with several processes, tools, and templates. We will also develop and implement strategies to focus on synergies between water and drainage. We will focus on achieving organizational efficiencies with existing operations and eliminating duplication, merging shared services and organizations where applicable, implementing IT strategies intended to merge common systems, implementation of a real estate strategy to consolidate disparate locations, alignment of the One Water concept, and achieving consistent management of environmental incidents across water and drainage. We will also execute the corrosion and odor mitigation strategy that focuses on preventing the formation of H2S gas to reduce community odors, impacts, and lengthen the length of the sewer network assets. This program focuses on preventing the formation of H2S, optimizing pumping operations, monitoring and identifying emerging issues, and assessing the effectiveness of controls, as well as controlling the release of air to minimize any community impact. Another initiative will be to implement and continue to implement the SERP program that Councillor Walters just talked about. It focuses on mitigating flood risk by reducing health and safety, financial and social risks of flooding through the incorporation of green infrastructure and operational programs that support building community resiliency and leveraging advanced technologies to better manage stormwater volumes. The SERP initiatives are categorized into slowing the entry into the collection system, moving excess water away from high-risk areas, securing individual properties in high-risk areas, predicting and managing movement of stormwater, and responding to protect life, safety, and property. Drainage will also continue with the relocation of drainage infrastructure that conflict with proposed LRT routes. In our last focus area, growth and financial performance, we will be looking to develop a utility of the future plan to modernize operations and reduce long-term operations costs by leveraging technology and processes used and refined by leading water utilities around the world. Our review started in 2020 and is focused on 6 key areas of potential optimization, including asset optimization, customer engagement, sustainability, procurement, partnership and management, advanced notification of events, and rate pressure. In 2021, we will summarize feedback, determine benefits analysis, and prepare and present a digital utility of the future framework and prioritize roadmap. Finally, the performance-based rate applications are required to be filed with the City of Edmonton in early 2021 for all 3 utilities, water, Gold Bar, and drainage, in order to establish rates and operational terms and conditions for the period commencing April 1st, 2022. The majority of the application work has already been completed in 2020, and in 2021, the focus will be on answering requests from city administration, city councillor, and external parties in order to provide clarity and background where required.
And with that, it's a high-level overview of what we saw as some of the major initiatives in the report. It's certainly not all of them, but we didn't want to.
No, that's great. There's a lot of other detail in the report that I'm trust that everybody's read. So
Count on it.
That's great. Thank
So
you.
we're open for questions.
Great, thanks. So that being said, Councillor Banga already is up on the board to have questions, and I suspect there will be others. I know I have some, but I'll wait for everybody else.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Banga, yeah.
This may sound a little too, I guess, basic, but when we are saying performance-based rate, what are we actually referring to, and how do we establish the baselines for those?
I might, Councillor Banga, I think it's a great question, and I think we need to spend some time on it. I think there is actually a pretty good description of the PBR coming up in a later report, and I'm wondering if it would be better to hold that question for there. It's up to you, but
We could do that.
yeah, because I think we're going to talk about the whole process of PBR and what it is and what it looks like, and I think you'll find that in the report. I think it's 6.5. I think there's quite a good description in there. So if it's up to you, if you'd like to ask EPCOR that question, they may not be around to ask then, but I think our administration are prepared to answer that question in 6.5.
Well, if EPCOR wants to pitch in now, that'll be great.
Well, I guess in terms of a structure, the PBR is a regulatory structure which is intended in many measures to mimic a commercial type approach to our regulated business. And so the general premise is that we set rates for the first year of the term, and then those are increased by inflation less an efficiency factor, and EPCOR is expected to live within that envelope for the PBR term, which is generally 5 years. And then if there's any savings, that accrues to EPCOR. If there's any additional costs, EPCOR is obligated to pay for them. So what it really does do is it provides a great deal of rate stability for the ratepayers, and then it provides us an opportunity to drive efficiency and reap the benefits of that. And then when the application is rebased in the subsequent term, any savings that we've achieved are then turned over to the ratepayers through the process, and it basically starts again.
Okay, and then from time to time, city council approves different measures depending upon what the demand is and through different motions, I guess. And those changes, how do you address those changes? Are they, who pays for it?
Well, generally, I think you're talking about capital, but there are some operating things.
Yeah,
We ha-
operating and capital. Yeah.
Generally, we live within the terms of the PBR. There is a non-routine adjustment clause in the bylaw that basically says, under certain conditions, EPCOR can come back and request a rate increase, but it has to meet certain criteria. And the criteria generally are, it is either directed by the city or it's beyond EPCOR's control. And so that would be, we have significant deterioration of river water quality or something like that, and we have to increase the treatment costs. But the other criteria there is it has to exceed $500,000 in revenue requirement. And if you look at that on the basis of, say, a capital expenditure of pipes, which has a very long lifespan, that equates to a capital expenditure of about $17.5 million. And so there's a pretty high bar at the end of the day for making changes once the PBR is established.
Okay, no, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Walters.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. So firstly, you talked about the alignment of some of the cost-sharing agreements between UDI and other developers. And so I guess those are just historical realities that those are different.
Yep.
What's the disadvantage to them being different that requires alignment?
I guess we're not to the point we've established that there are disadvantages. They're different. UDI has thought, well, there should be greater alignment. So we're working with them to say, well, what would that look like? And then what's the ramifications of that? And so where we're at right now is UDI is saying, well, maybe we need to move drainage to more like a water model. So more are borne by rates. And our view is, well, we're trying to achieve the least cost for the ratepayers. And if we can prove that changing the system does that, well, then there may be merit in it. But there's also issues such as, you've paid for pipes in your lot price, and now if we change the system, we're asking you in rates to pay for
in your
those as well.
rates,
So
right.
it's a very complex
That's
issue.
right. It's pay me now or pay me later kind of thing.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I guess I wonder if are you considering that those aligned adjustments, so those alignments, or that achieved alignment may create different rate structures, will that be ready for this PBR application?
No.
Okay.
No, absolutely not. We're still
Okay.
working with UDI to analyze it, and then we bring it forward to the utility committee to discuss the merits
That
and the
may
drawbacks.
come in a non-routine, in a future adjustment.
I think we'd probably wait till the next rate application and do it
Okay.
formally as part of that.
So this is
if-
5 years away.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. So, and in terms of the SERP and the adaptation, so the city and I know EPCOR was a big part of the City of Edmonton's climate change adaptation strategy, which we just sent to the province. I think the next phase of that, and I think it's in here, and that's the work you're going to be doing, is starting to itemize specifically what our responses to those named hazards and risks are. So maybe say a little bit more about how that's going to come and be presented to us in terms of, here's the initiative, here's what it achieves, here's the capital spend associated with it. Is that what committee can expect in the next few years?
Yeah, I'm certain if there are any capital that it would be associated with it, it would come back to committee. Certainly there is the One Water concept. We'll be looking at working in the review of the risk rating into the integrated resource planning that we're doing for the utilities, which would then contribute to come back and define any capital investments that would be needed or changes to
Right.
operational programs. And then we are also doing the risk ranking with the water treatment group that would assess the risks to the water utilities and the operation as well.
Yeah, so I guess, so that's good. And I guess what I'm asking, and of course, any capital spends, of course, do come back here. But with them comes a business case, and with that business case comes a deeper understanding of what the risk is and the relation to changing climate. And so that's all good. As our understanding of our evolving climate grows, I wonder if it's valuable and I'm spitballing here, in an annual kind of update to committee on how our understanding. So as there's a bunch of research, I earlier referenced the Intact Center and the various research that's coming out of there, and federal government and the insurance industry, to understand how changing climate is affecting our risk, to keep it front and center for committee members in the future. Is that something that seems wise to? It's kind of like evolution of climate change and its effects on our utility kind of report.
Absolutely. It's an issue that's not going away, and so scheduling an annual update, I think, is a good thing, so we can certainly take that away.
And I just think it keeps the risk front and center, because even in my 8 years, just about 8 years on this committee, the change in our understanding about climate, changing climate's role on our, not just on, in terms of risk, but on what we have to spend, how we have to allocate money, what the real pressure is on us to respond. I think it's better to be kind of eyes wide open as much as we can to that as committee members. Okay, I'll have a second round. I'll run out of time here. So I'll cede my final 10 seconds.
10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8
The ether of
seconds.
time.
Councillor McKeon.
Thank you, and let me apologize if this question is repetitive or detailed somewhere in the reports. You mentioned that you were working with UDI and IDEA, and my assumption was it was on that troubling situation where we have an infill project that is solely responsible, for example, for covering the costs of a fire hydrant and the related pipes and infrastructure. Certainly heard the story of projects being abandoned, or a very small project suddenly having like a $500,000 or $700,000 charge allotted to it for a fire hydrant. Is that the issue that you said you'd be bringing back recommendations at the end of the year?
Well, it's a little broader than that, and it certainly does include what you've referred to, which we're calling it the infill fire program. And so in the last couple of years, we've worked with primarily IDEA to really look at that and to understand, well, why do those costs come about, and who is in the best position and who should pay for them. And effectively, the model we've come up with says these are costs that truly belong with the developer, and these are costs that enhance the system for everyone and should be borne by ratepayers. And so we've come to an understanding of here's the framework, and then there was a $2.4 million program that we put in place to work as kind of a trial on this. And we're now increasing that to $20 million in the upcoming PBR. And we feel that that's exactly where we want. We continue to work with IDEA. There's some desire to expand this to commercial or beyond the missing middle or those types of things. And so we continue to work with both city administration and IDEA on that. But this initiative also speaks to broader things, and it's just general working relationship. How do things coordinated? How are they planned? All of those things fall under this bucket. So it is quite broad.
So will this committee have a decision point on that? I know there's sort of philosophical issues at play on who should be paying, and I just wonder if utility committee down the road will have some input on that.
Well, you certainly will as part of the PBR, because as I mentioned, we've put it $20 million in for the program, the fire hydrant infill program, and so all the particulars are in the business case around that, and you'll have an opportunity to say, well, we think that's the way it should be or not, June of this year.
Or that's not enough, perhaps. Is that a possible input by the committee if we hear that from the community, from developers?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, that's really interesting. And when again does that return?
It's in the PBR application, and you'll hear about that later, but the intent is to have the hearing in June.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that's good. I was a little worried about that decision falling to the to a utility committee post-election. And this council, this utility committee has probably heard more about that specific issue than previous utility committees. So I just wanted to make sure it was on our agenda. I think that's it, Mr. Chair, so
Great,
thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McKeon. I would, just to flag for you, you may want to ask that question as part of the next item as well, because I think those two things are related, because we're going to have a conversation about how we deal with a larger fire hydrant question as part of the next item, so.
Perhaps a rookie mistake. I apologize.
No, I think it belongs in both questions. It actually lives in both places, but it's just a flag for you that it's, I think, something we may want to think out a little bit in the next item. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you very much. And these questions are more along the lines of the emerging issues part of the report, where I didn't see a couple items that I just maybe thought I'd flag. You probably don't have answers for at this point, but the first one being that a lot of jurisdictions are testing wastewater for COVID to help inform, rates of infection, that sort of thing. I'm just wondering if that's something that EPCOR is looking at.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We actually are we're partnering with two different studies and collecting the wastewater in Edmonton at the Gold Bar plant, and we're also collecting it associated with long-term homes. Those partners are, I believe, with Alberta Health or Health Canada, and they are doing the testing and the analysis of that. We are also testing in-house whether or not we can ourselves collect that information and be able to predict if there are outbreaks happening in the city prior to them occurring. So we're in the piloting stage of that.
Right. Okay, that's great, because that gives us a little bit better numbers than sort of the voluntary system that we've got right now. And just so strange that that's one way that we can do it. Okay, well, thank you. That's good information. I didn't know that. And the next question, of course, is we've got the watershed strategies there, but I'm just, and it's apropos to sort of the events and concerns of the day. What about headwaters? And does EPCOR have legal standing there, or is there a strategy there? And if there were to be some form of selenium dump into the water, do we have the capacity to filter that out?
Another really great question. So we don't have any jurisdiction over the headwaters. That is not in place in this province. We do have a very comprehensive watershed strategy plan, and we have a very focused area where we partner with other agencies, including Alberta Environment and Protection, the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, and we work on educating and we support the educational programs throughout the watershed. And that is the approach that we take, is to inform ourselves of the risk in the water and ensure that we are treating to that potential. In terms of selenium, currently we don't have anything in place to treat it, but we do have the expertise in EPCOR to treat selenium. We have partnered with Teck in BC and are operating water treatment plants that are removing selenium there. So we have that expertise and knowledge if that becomes an issue.
Okay. I would just flag that as something that might be of interest and to have a more robust strategy for. Because as we've seen in BC, sometimes even with the technologies we have, it's just not enough. So I guess what I'm hearing, though, is that we're sort of at the mercy of whatever happens upstream.
That is correct.
And so even though it may impact our operations, it may impact a number of things, for the city of Edmonton, and for EPCOR, as far as reputation and as far as ability to provide service, we will have no recourse.
Correct. There are actions we can take. So the watershed protection program and the river monitoring that we do is essentially the first step in treatment. So the knowledge of what is in the water and ensuring you're treating to that level is the approach. So it's the first barrier of protection. And so we will continue to invest in our river monitoring program and be aware of the characteristics of the raw water source.
Okay, well, I'll just leave it at that, but I would just flag that, you know, I think maybe an aggressive approach to minimizing risk might be in order, considering the stakes, the potential, and not to go ahead and do that immediately, but at least to have that strategy in place and those plans in place.
Yep, great point.
Okay, thank you.
I'll jump in maybe because I had a question about that too, because we're in an odd position. I mean, we've seen other municipalities responding to this change on the eastern slopes in terms of coal mining, weighing in precisely because of the fear of their headwaters. We're in a different position because the city itself doesn't particularly have, you know, we're counting on EPCOR to keep an eye on that for us. So I really, it's just a question that's been raised to me and I thought would be useful to raise here since we had the chance, is if there was need for an intervention in one of these, you know, let's call it, you know, on coal mines that might affect our headwaters, what the process would be. I'm presuming you're keeping an eye on that, but if you don't feel you can intervene and need us to intervene, we need a mechanism for flagging that, because I doubt we would intervene unless you guys flagged it for us. So just a thought about how that would all work if there was a need to jump in?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, go ahead.
that's a great takeaway for us. I think what we'll do is we'll take that away and we'll come back with you with a strategy and a process.
Yeah, because there are things we can do. I mean, we can intervene. We can't stop it. We don't have jurisdiction, but we can intervene in these decisions. And I think we just need to know we have a mechanism in place to understand if there's risk to our drinking water supply that we have between the two of us, between the city and EPCOR, we have a mechanism for flagging it and jumping in when we need to. Great. Also, to follow up a little bit on Councillor Walter's questions, I'm wondering, you know, given that this question of talking with UDI and to a lesser extent of IDEA, but mostly with UDI, whether, you know, if this is something we're not going to decide on for quite a while, then probably the timing's okay. But it strikes me that it does tie into some of the other conversations that the city is having about trying to respond in a kind of principled way to this question of how we pay for growth and who pays for growth.
Right.
So it seems to me linking those two discussions together at some point has some real value, that not as a regulator, but as the role we play as the city council conversation, linking it here sooner rather than later would have some value. And I'm just wondering, timing-wise, you bringing it to us after the fact may miss some pieces of that puzzle. So I just throw that out as a thought. That this is a conversation we're having around other things linked to growth, and it would be nice to link the conversations.
And we agree, and I don't think at this point we would ever come to a conclusion. It's more, here's the models we're working through and bring that forward, but we can reach out to administration and make sure we're more aligned.
I would just flag it because, you know, we spent all last week having exactly this discussion around other things, and linking the two might have some value. You know, I think it should be based in principle, so, you know, you know, going forward together rather than separate, I think would have some value, and I just sort of flag it for you because we're in the midst of talking about these exact questions in terms of how we deal with fire halls, how we deal with rec centers, libraries, police, all that kind of stuff. So,
well, at the very least, I think we need to have the same principles.
Yeah. I'm curious about a couple of things in the report. I wanted to hear a little bit more about. Hang on, let me just pull it up. It's the piece on the residuals and how we were going to deal with that and that analysis. And I wasn't quite sure I tracked exactly what we looked at there and what the decisions were. You know, it sounds like you've felt that, you know, dealing with it after the fact is, I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit more about it. Am I do you know the bit that I'm talking about?
So that's definitely not one of my areas of expertise, but my interpretation of the report was that there was a sustainable return on investment study that was done. And the conclusion of that study really was to invest infrastructure and to dewater the residuals at the plant site and then take them to another site for land disposal was extremely costly, and that the investment would be better suited to reduce the source of any of the other loading that may hit the river and have more of an impact on the river. So the investment would be better suited to be invested in things like green infrastructure to reduce further contaminants from getting into the river and impacting the river. So understanding the impacts of the residual is really the focus area of this 2021. And that was what was submitted to Alberta Environment. And so learning and understanding of the holistic approach on the river and investing the dollars and resources in the best infrastructure is what was put forward.
So essentially, most of the residuals, with the exception of the alum, are things that are in the river already that we're taking out and putting back.
Correct.
So in order to do our duty in terms of trying to keep the river as clean as possible, but if we want to keep what's in the river already out of the river, be better. It's less expensive to make sure it doesn't get in the river to begin with than for us to use our capacity to not put it back. But this isn't us adding, with the exception of the alum, this is not about us adding anything to the river that's not already there, correct?
That is a very good interpretation, Councillor
Okay.
Henderson.
I wasn't quite sure I totally understood it, so I just wanted to, and I'm out of time, I'll have to come back for a second round. Councillor Walters.
Well, I can say for sure that I totally don't understand that. So let me ask a follow-up in that. So the conversation, I remember talking about this on one of the last tours I did of the plant. The idea of doing it at the plant versus the idea of green infrastructure. So, sort of your answer to Councillor Paquette's excellent set of questions about what we control and what we don't control, about what's coming into the river. Like, how is green infrastructure and controlling what goes into the river a good idea when we don't have, and I believe you if you say it is, but I want you to explain to me why it is, because it seems like we don't have a lot of control over that.
Sure. So I'll start by saying the water that's treated at the water treatment plant, the source is the river. So we withdraw the river water, bring it into the plant. And part of the treatment process is you add alum to promote settling of any of the additives that are in the river water. So you promote the settling out of those characteristics, total suspended solids, organics, whatever. They settle out combined with the alum, and that now becomes your residual. And it's discharged back to the river. So if we actually can promote removing those solids from the system, the collection system, before they're sent to the river, then we're reducing the loading on the river, and we have to use less alum, and there's less that will be discharged back to the river. So the green infrastructure would promote some sort of treatment to remove the solids. And the stormwater facilities, the wet facilities around the city actually have that promotion of allowing the settling out of the solids, and it cleans the water that contributes back to the river. So that's a type of green infrastructure.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Sometimes it gets fairly rudimentary up here, so I appreciate the explanation. One of the things I wanted to raise on the employee and public safety row of your presentation talked about, sort of a more robust operational strategy around safety and approaches to protecting workers against hazards in confined spaces, et cetera. You'd mentioned confined spaces. It's a fairly obvious question, but I can't help but ask. There must be some pretty robust processes in place for that presently, considering as we think about our odor mitigation strategy, and one of the things that we're doing there is the scrubbing of those deep shafts. So maybe just give me some assurance that we're in good shape there even before the new work you're going to do occurs.
Yes, we have fairly comprehensive confined space procedures, policy, training, and awareness. Really what we're seeking to do is enhance the understanding of the risks and application of the controls. So we see across sort of a surface level understanding of the prescriptive hazards and controls, and really we want to try and deepen that understanding so that if there is a change in situation, it can be applied with further understanding and knowledge and not be so prescriptive.
Okay.
If that helps.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. As it relates to the odor mitigation strategy, you know, it was kind of in two parts generally. There was some work being done within this PBR, and then the bulk of it is coming in the next. So everything's on target in terms of what you've committed to up to now.
Yeah, I'm happy to say that we met all of our plans for this year, for 2020
Okay.
with the Corps, and we're moving ahead.
All right, and lots of the upgrades to those pump stations that was part of the early work, right?
Yeah, I can't, I don't have the exact details on what components, but we certainly did, I know that we met our objectives.
Okay.
And there are plans for this year, specifically related to the Duggins bypass
Right.
and that station in the 2021 plans.
Okay, well, if I can leave office with reduced odor on 34th Avenue, I will have been I'll have a successful political career at City Hall. Thanks to you all. Lastly, I wanted to just talk about the alignment between city work and EPCOR work. And some concerns I still have, and I just want you can talk about that generally. I have an example that you may not know about where we did 3 segments of 122nd Street Collector Road rehabilitation, like it was under the Arterial Road Rehabilitation Project. So for 3 years, folks were dealing with major construction traffic, and that's all finished now, except now there's 2 big EPCOR projects underway on that same road. And I wonder if those are kind of emergent problems, or I just want to check that. In terms of, you may not know about that specific example, but just generally, how are you aligning capital projects so that we're not building new roads and then you're coming in a year later and digging through them?
Yeah, I certainly don't have the details of the 23rd Ave, but I can let you know.
122nd Street, just so, but
Okay. We have had a very collaborative working relationship with the city. We've put in place meetings, recurring touch points starting from the branch manager level all the way down to the assistant supervisor level. We have field teams that are working together to resolve customer escalation and issues. And it's a prime focus and objective of ours to ensure that we're minimizing any impacts to customers and that we're being really prudent with the ratepayers and taxpayers of the city of Edmonton. So we were working very collaboratively. We have a capital working group that is talking about the plans, that are trying to leverage and synergize any opportunity that they can. We have a planning group that is meeting and talking about the long-range plans before it transitions over to capital. And we have an operating interface as well.
okay, I'm way over, and I'll come back actually one more.
That's fine.
set on
Yeah,
that.
I'll jump in the meantime, though. I've got a couple more questions myself. So on page 21 of the report, there's reference to the sanitary IRP. And in that, this long bubbling conversation about Gold Bar versus Alberta Capital Race, which brings up the whole SCSS question. So I'm puzzled the way it's articulated in here. What I had all been told is that this conversation is quite premature, that it's probably 10 years away from having to make a decision. So I'm really puzzled why, has that changed? This sounds like it's going to become more current than that would suggest.
I'm not aware that it's become more current. I can
Okay.
follow up on that. but-
Yeah, I just, in the wording in here sounds like this was something you're going to start looking at right away, and that just caught me a bit by surprise. It's priority items for 21 have an extra focus on sanitary aspects of the operations due to, and then it makes specific reference to this question. In part because there's public interest, and I know the public would like us to answer the question sooner rather than later, but I just flag it, because if our thinking has changed, it's fine. I just need to know.
I don't believe it has.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's changed, and I think the context was meant to ensure that the integrated resource planning concept is being applied across all the
Okay.
utilities to prevent any sort of issues like we're having with that decision that might be becoming for us.
Okay, and it's just, because if there isn't, I think they would love to, the public would like us to make this decision sooner rather than later. my understanding was we could make a decision, and we might make a different decision 10 years from now, so why do the work twice? But I just think we need to be clear about that, so that's all.
Fair enough.
Because I'm sure it'll come back up again. And then my one other question is very local, but it was here, so I was curious about it. Let me just see if I can, hang on, stop, I'm still getting conversant with this thing. There we go. It's on page 44 at the bottom, and it talks about how we, it's talking about stormwater are billed to the account holder for a parcel unless there's a written agreement with the property owner, property manager, leasee. And I bumped into a situation, and my office has been trying to help them out, and I thought I'd ask about it right now. So this is a tenant who has their own meter, and somehow or other, if I understand what's happening correctly, they're ending up being, because there is no other meter, they're being charged the drainage fee for the entire property. And they have a non-cooperative landlord. I think arguably this is a deal that should have been worked out with the landlord, but I don't think we're helping, because we're more than happy to charge them the full bill for the drainage on the entire property, despite the fact they're only using part of it. So I ask the question now, because it seems to me this speaks to that issue. And I just thought I'd raise it while it was here.
Yeah, I can't speak to the
I
particular.
know, it's a specific, but what would our usual practice be on that? We may have a glitch here because we're anticipating good relationships between a landlord and a tenant. And that's why I flag it.
Yeah.
Because we're depending on them to work it out, and there's no incentive for a landlord. If we're just going to bill the person with the meter, there's no incentive for the landlord to work it out with them. So I flag it as a thought in terms of our policy on this.
Yeah, it seems very strange.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's our normal policy.
Yeah, something's not making sense to me either, and I'm not sure entirely following it, but it was here, so I thought
Yeah.
I'd flag it and ask.
But certainly, if you fire us off the particulars,
Okay.
we'll look into it.
We have, and I can't remember who's working at it from your end, but we can certainly fire it back off again. I mean, my office has fired this one off, but it doesn't seem to be getting anywhere, and even in this statement, it seems to me we're dependent on good relations between a landlord and a tenant, so I flag it for that point of view, right? That I don't know if we can always depend on that.
Right.
In order to make sure the right person's paying the bill. And we may inadvertently be letting the landlord off the hook by being so quick to charge the one person who has a meter.
Yeah, this is not normal course, so.
Yeah, okay.
We'll follow up.
Great, those are all my questions. Councillor Walters.
So just one last one. This is pretty general, the talk about the Utility of the Future initiative. And there's some detail in there, but maybe just take a couple of my final minutes, and then I'll ask Mr. Beckett if he has anything to offer. But just maybe where that particular initiative came from, what exactly you're intending to achieve with it.
Sure. I've been getting rapid texts to let you know that 122nd Street is an emergency project.
Okay.
So just thought I'd
Good,
update you on that.
thanks.
The Utility of the Future project really came about from visiting some of the utilities in Europe, specifically the UK, United Utility and Anglian Utility. And these utilities are fairly progressive in terms of reducing rate pressure and optimizations. And they are implementing smart-based technology, so they're really moving towards a data-enabled utility that is able to predict and respond to changes in the system prior to them becoming severe emergencies. So just little nuances in terms of integrity of a pipe wall will predict whether or not a break is coming. And you can pick that up on acoustics. And so looking at some of the technology that they've deployed, some of the analytics, the artificial intelligence that they're using to optimize and really drive customer performance as well, like improve customer performance.
So this, on one other part of our administration, particularly in relation with our economic development agencies, we've been talking about the potential utility of 5G technology and specifically sensors. So would this be an interesting pilot project opportunity as we kind of demonstrate the value of that technology to our city operations?
I don't have enough background to understand the 5G component of that, but certainly we are investing, and through SERP and CORP, we are investing quite a bit in sensors and being able to predict what's going on in
Right.
the system. So if there's an opportunity you want to talk about in terms of that, we'd be
Well, I would-
certainly open to that.
Refer you to your friend down the way, Ms. Pearson. She'll have all the information you need to
Thank you.
press on that. And I think that, that's just the speed of the connectivity and the data, the big data collection that allows you to kind of respond very quickly to those kinds of problems is quite remarkable. And just lastly, there's 2 spots on 122nd Street. There's south of the White Mud and one right near the University Farm. So just, if people want to get back to me on that directly, I'll save my staff from sending an email now that we've talked about it. So thanks. Thanks, Councillor.
Mr. Beckett, any thoughts?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Great, thank you. Then I just have one residual question, because I'm realizing in terms of, because this will feed into the conversation that we'll have in a little while. We get another report back on these PBRs before we set the next ones, correct?
Well, the next PBR progress report
Yeah.
is scheduled for June.
Right.
And so
They'll time out around the same time.
that's right. Because we're ahead of
Yeah.
where we normally are, normally
Yeah.
we'd include it, but we will,
No, I think that's fine. I just think that information will help us with the next PBR conversation. So I just wanted to make sure that we're not doing it the other way around. So we will have the next progress report around the same time as we're having a conversation about the next PBRs.
right. But
'Cause-
the specific financials that are in the progress
Yeah.
report, we don't have time to include it in the application, but we'll make sure you get a copy of it, yes.
But they will inform the base setting on the next one, they will inform the target setting on the next one, so we'll have enough information. Obviously, we have to, or we can't set the new targets and we can't rebase, correct?
Yes, but
Yeah.
we'll try to bring them together as we can, but today they're 2 separate documents because they're being
I-
done points in time differently.
I think that's okay. Whether they're 2 separate, it doesn't really matter, I'm just thinking we will have that.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, good. Great, that's everything, I think, then from everybody, as far as I can tell, there's nobody else on the board, so if somebody would like to receive this, move receipt for information, that would be great.
I'll make that motion.
Councillor Walters, anybody wanting to speak or opine? Seeing none, please vote.
I was going to opine, but it's not necessary.
Oh, you can opine, sure, opine away, pull the vote back.
Okay. I was just going to beat a previous drum.
Okay, and we will hold the vote so that you can beat away. No, you're not? Okay, we're all right, then please vote. And as soon as we're ready to display the vote, or mine is still spinning, so I'm guessing you don't have mine. Do you have mine?
No, we don't.
I'm a yes.
We're also waiting for Councillors Banga, McKean, and Hamilton.
I'm guessing the little system has frozen on us, it looks like.
We have Councillor
Yeah.
McKean's now,
Oh, well, then Councillor McKean's clearly broke the system.
and Councillor Banga just replied
Yes.
yes. And
Oh, there we go.
just Councillor Hamilton now.
Okay, I submitted it. It's a yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, we have it now.
All right. Hopefully mine will stop spinning. And we're all in favor. Great. Thank you very much for that. That was actually a very informative report, so thank you.
I'd
All
pay
right.
for that photo shoot where McKean breaks the internet.
And we could all go home.
Be happy to comply, believe me.
All right. Well, my system is now still trying to vote. All right. Anyway. All right, on to talking hydrants. I'm going to reboot my little system here. All right, I think whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So good morning, members of Utility Committee, and I hope you'll permit me to give a short presentation. I have the fire chief here with me. There's members of the fire protection on side, and I've got Mr. McNabb with me. So we're here to present an information report related to funding of fire hydrant service costs. So the intent is to provide historical background, new context and considerations, and funding options for moving forward. The discussion and feedback received today on this report will inform the performance-based rate applications to be submitted by EPCOR Water Services, Inc. later this month. So EPCOR Water Services, Inc. provides public fire protection services to the City of Edmonton. These services ensure the proper operations of fire hydrants across the city and the availability of water supply and infrastructure for firefighting purposes on demand. The fire hydrants and associated waterworks infrastructure are owned by EPCOR. The costs of providing these services are recovered annually by EPCOR through a fixed charge under a 5-year fire hydrant service agreement with the City of Edmonton. The annual cost range from $10.8 million for 2017 to $12.4 million for 2021 and are included in the operating budget of fire rescue services and funded through the property tax levy. There has been some discussion in the past as to whether these costs should be funded through water utility rates or property taxes. And Council previously reviewed the options for funding public fire protection costs in 2011 as part of its approval of EPCOR's performance-based application for the 5-year period of April 21st, 2012 to March 31st, 2017. At that time, Council concluded that fire protection services should continue to be funded through the property tax levy as a municipal service. There are a number of factors that support a change in funding for public fire protection costs through water utility rates rather than property taxes currently, as of today. Both the Canadian Tax Foundation publication on user fees and the American Water Works Association Principles of Water Rates provide support for public fire protection costs to be funded through water utility rates, noting the limitations of collecting revenues from tax-exempt properties and reductions in municipal payments of grants in lieu of taxes from other orders of government. This change would also result in a fairer allocation of fire protection costs in proportion to the benefits received. Residential water customers account for approximately 70% of the public fire protection costs, but in 2020 represented about 47% of the property tax received by the City of Edmonton. There are also about 1,600 non-residential tax-exempt properties, along with 146 provincially owned or occupied properties in Edmonton that receive public fire protection services but do not pay property taxes. The province of Alberta provides grants in lieu for tax services provided by municipalities. However, these grants were reduced by 50% in 2019 and in 2020, resulting in an $11 million decrease in funds received by the City of Edmonton. In fact, that $11 million difference has been the same since 2015. There has not been a link between the grants in lieu and the services provided by the municipality, and that's been decoupled even further more recently. In November 2020, Council also approved the fiscal policy for revenue generation, which provides a principle-based governing framework for allocating municipal services and infrastructure costs. The fiscal policy provides specific guidance for regulating utility services, whereby revenues are to be raised from customers and other non-tax sources to recover the whole cost of providing the utility service. And finally, the Edmonton Fire Rescue Services recently completed a jurisdictional review on how other major cities in Canada manage expenditures for fire hydrants maintenance, repairs, and infrastructure investment. Based on the cities that participated in the review, including Ottawa, Winnipeg, Calgary, and Vancouver, these costs are typically funded through water user-paid rates. Edmonton Fire Rescue Services did not receive any responses from other municipalities indicated that they fund fire protection services through the property tax. So looking forward to next steps, if Utility Committee provides support for fire protection service costs to be funded through water utility rates, then EPCOR will incorporate this approach into the water rates application it will be submitting to the City later this month. And provided that this approach is ultimately approved by council as part of the rates application in July or August, then administration would also bring forward an adjustment to the operating budget for fire rescue services as part of the spring 2022 supplementary operating budget adjustment. And if the funding approach for water utility rates is not supported by utility committee, then the new 5-year fire hydrant service agreement would be entered into effective April 1st, 2022, with the costs continuing to be included in the operating budget of fire rescue services and funded by the city through the property tax. And just a note, maybe to address the questions that I was hearing before, with some of the work that was just approved at the infill committee around the fire hydrant piece, some of that funding would then flow through EPCOR and come back to the city in that new contract. And so depending on the pilot and how much that expands in the future, the pilot's only residential. If it expands to non-residential, there is pressure on the fire service cost budget to accommodate those changes. So that concludes the presentation, and we are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
And, not surprisingly, Councillor McKeon has questions.
Thank you. I'm going to talk about the way I've seen this and see if that fits with the program or the proposal you're bringing back to us. And that I personally saw, in the case of an infill, an additional fire hydrant having to be put in as something to be borne by, that it's a utility expansion and therefore should fit within the rate base, not the tax base, and that it is also equitable because any expansion required to the fire hydrant program is typically borne by all ratepayers, and that there was actually also an advantage to taxpayers, ratepayers, well, taxpayers for sure, if we can continue to build a more compact city, and therefore it was fair and just for all ratepayers to contribute to, say, a fire hydrant having to be put in with an infill project. So there's a question mark on the end of that. Is that fit with the proposal that you would bring to us and we would have to decide on?
Councillor McKeon, Barry McNabb here. I think what you've outlined is essentially it. The only thing I'd note is to the extent that a portion of that infrastructure build-out is specifically to the benefit of the development, then the developers would still pay for a portion of those costs. The remainder of those costs that are considered to be for the benefit of the neighborhood or the entire system, then utility ratepayers would pick up that portion. And that's the $4 million per year of new capital spend that Mr. Manning had mentioned would be in the 22 to 26 PBR application.
I think I agree completely with you. It would be how to allot those costs. You know, let's say you have a 16 unit, 3-story walk-up going in, and suddenly they have a $500,000 bill on their hands. That would make the project financially not viable. They wouldn't go ahead. But if, you know, so how do you divvy up the costs in a fair way so that the developer still carries their fair weight? And that'll be interesting to see how you do that. I'm happy to hear that you're looking at putting on the rate base. Mr. Chair, can I ask a question of Mr. Beckett at this point?
You certainly may, and just so you know, Mr. Manning has rejoined us too, so if you have questions from the EPCOR end, you can ask them as well.
Okay,
Yep,
so
go for
Mr. Beckett, I just wanted to ask you if you have any quibbles with what I just said, in essence, that new fire hydrants in an infill project, the costs allotted to the public at large should be through the rate base rather than the tax base.
No, I have no quibbles with that. That makes sense.
Okay, thank you. I guess the question then would be, how do we make sure, because I think if it was going on the tax base, there would be, all of council would be engaged with a very difficult, costly addition to the budget. How do we keep pressure on this system to ensure that it doesn't get out of hand? For example, I heard there was one recent case where the fire service did a further review on the need for the fire hydrant and agreed that it could be we could get by without the extra fire hydrant. How do we keep pressure on that so that we don't overdo it, so that there's good cost effectiveness to the program and innovation is brought in, et cetera, et cetera?
Councillor McKean, I just need to qualify my last response. I responded to you on the assumption that the fire hydrant costs are going to be recovered through water rates. And if that's the case, then it does make sense for the infrastructure, the fire hydrants, to be part of the water utility rate base.
Right.
So that was the assumption that I was making. If it's part of the water utility rate base, then you've got the ability through the rate making process to ensure that only those expenditures that are prudent and required to provide the service are incurred. And so you do have the supervisory capacity to watch and make sure that things are not being overbuilt.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I'm out of time. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, you had asked another question, though. I just want to, it looks like there are responses, so I think we'll let people answer. Yeah.
If I just may add to that, in the infill program we've developed, there is a series of criteria. So the way it works is as a developer will apply to have, whether it's an expansion of pipes or the hydrants paid for, and then it's assessed through criteria to ensure that it meets what it should. And that criteria is not something that EPCOR developed on its own. It was developed in conjunction with the city administration as well as the developers themselves, because they have recognized that not every project is viable, and it's probably not a good utilization of money to just say, well, we're going to fund everything. So that there's a clear criteria with prioritization, and that's how the money is put out.
Great, thanks. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Just a couple of clarifying questions. Let's say an infill project is initiated, I guess subdivision of lots, and there is a need for an extra fire hydrant. How do we determine that fire hydrant, what proportion of it is benefiting that particular development, and what portion is benefiting the whole system? How do we determine that?
Generally, it doesn't get that specific because it really isn't possible to parse it out in terms of an individual development. Their criteria is more if it can be used by everyone on the system, well, then it should be a system asset, where if it's something unique to that development, then the development itself should pay. And so a good example of that is if a developer wants to put their driveway where a hydrant sits today, they have to pay to move that hydrant because that's not to a benefit of anyone but them. But if we're saying you need to add a new hydrant, well, that's a benefit to everyone in the area, and so that's a shared cost.
Okay. And then what is the mechanism to divvy up that cost there between the neighborhood and, or maybe just a developer who initiated this newly subdivision of lot?
Well, the cost would be added to the capital spend in the PBR, and so then it's spread over all ratepayers.
Okay.
It's not specific to that neighborhood. It's spread over all, in the case, residential consumers, just as every other system cost is.
Okay, so the new preferred, I guess, proposal is to fund these, I guess, charges through utility rates. Is that that's not a recommendation? It's just is it a recommendation at this time?
It is what we would like to see happen. It is not, it is a recommendation. It's not formulated as a recommendation as such as in the report, only because of the process that it has to go through further, but it is something that I would suggest we consider strongly.
Okay. Could somebody explain to me with an example of when we say the tax-free, tax-exempt properties and even the government, I guess, owned assets? How are what are those that they use the fire protection system? However, their contribution is not, I guess, proportional in the fire services.
So, Councillor Banga, the provincial government, for example, and other orders of government don't pay, they are exempt from paying property taxes. And typically what would happen is they would pay us a grant in lieu of taxes, generally to pay for those services, recognizing that they do incur, like we do incur costs on their behalf. What's happened and this is through the Canadian Tax Foundation, we are finding that all across the country, we are seeing a decoupling of a recognition that these costs escalate. And so there's been a decoupling of that grant to the true costs of these programs. And therefore, a lot of areas are considering moving to more of a user fee for municipal services, because the tax base, essentially it's an unfair allocation of taxes that they're not paying for their portion.
Yeah, I agree with you. But how far we have gone into talks with other levels of the government to, I guess, ensure what we're doing is going to be working out the way we want to.
I have had some discussions with municipal affairs on this, very broadly, but I think the frame is more around our fiscal framework and the appropriate user pay system, if it belongs on the tax levy or if we can look at other alternative forms of use. I don't know if that answers your question, Councillor, but it is really our frame. It's our frame, and it falls within the guidelines that Council has provided to us to look at all our user fees.
Thank you.
Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Henderson. I just wanted to make a quick comment for those who might not know. The Canadian Tax Foundation is it was founded in 1945 as an independent, nonpartisan, nonprofit tax research organization under the joint sponsorship of the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants and the Canadian Bar Association. Has a number of members. They do great research, not to be confused with any other organization that has a similar name that is absolutely not a like-sized or organization. So I will just leave it at that. Just make sure that that's very clear.
Great, thanks. So I fought this tooth and nail last time, but that was before the provincial government decided to not pay their taxes anymore. Sorry, grant in lieu. And I think that does change the equation here. I mean, I struggle still a little bit with it, because I think by the same argument, and I say this not to open a hornet's nest, but by the same argument, we could consider all of fire department as a utility for the same reason, and I don't know if that's something we need to look at down the road, because I think the arguments, that was my argument last time, is if we considered the provision of fire protection, that there was no difference between that and the hydrants, quite frankly, in terms, it's not something you use or don't use. So my question then is, and I would say, just to clear up one other thing, part of what we struggled with in the infill question is a lot of times there is an existing deficiency of hydrants that the first person to come in and want to build has to fill the whole deficiency. And I think that's the piece we really need to sort out. And I think dealing with that on a rate base makes a lot of sense, because there is an expectation that we provide the same service to all citizens. And if a neighborhood's deficient, I think it's perfectly legitimate that that should be spread between all ratepayers. So I think that's the piece, but our habit in the past has been the poor bugger who came in last was paying the full freight on that, and I think that's what we have to fix, and it's completely, so I support it for that reason, because I think going to a rate base is probably a better way to deal with that question than a tax base. What I'm not sure of, and I think we still have some choices on this, is how we set the rates. And I'm troubled by the idea that we would set it based on a meter, because I don't think there's any linkage between how much water you use and how much you need the protection. I actually think the better model would be to use the drainage rates, which are based on land. And I just wouldn't mind some thinking on that. Mr. Beckett, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, or if any, but I think if we're trying to come up with the best proxy for distributing this on the rates, the drainage rates may be more appropriate than the water and sanitary. Thoughts?
Well, you went to one of the topics that I wanted to bring up, and that's that I don't believe that basing the recovery on water consumption or meter size are the proper cost of service drivers for this particular charge. So I would expect that EPCOR would do a bit of a mini cost of service study on this particular issue before coming forward with any proposal for the rates for fire protection service. I think it's inevitable with the decoupling of grants in lieu that this change has to be made. I just want to caution that there is one risk that I'm familiar with, and that's that if you reduce the tax levy, governments have not been unknown. It's not been unknown for governments to, again, reduce their grants to reflect the fact that the cost of that service is being picked up in a different manner. So those discussions with the higher levels of government need to be done in such a way that they recognize that as a risk. It's probably not a big risk, but it is a risk that rose up and bit me in a previous life, so I'd bring that up. But I think the real focus is to do that mini cost of service allocation to make sure that the rate design for this particular service is done appropriately.
Great, thanks. And thank you, that's really helpful, because one of the thoughts that I had, and I wouldn't mind thinking on this, is if we already know, if we're already saying, we're deficient, we have a way of measuring how much each property demands in terms of fire protection. We must already have at least proxy numbers that could help us with this, because we know what the expectation is, correct?
We do have some of that information. We haven't looked at it in this context, so we'd have to go back and do that. I guess the reality of where we're at in the application is we have effectively the water application ready to go, and the other ones are a week away. And so we've met with administration, and we're aware that this was an issue, and so we've recast some of the water, not at all, to build this in, but it would be built in as a fixed hydrant charge, or not hydrant, but a meter charge based on equivalent meters. And then we'd assess that prior to the next application to make sure that is the right way to do it. But we really, for two perspectives, we don't have time to get it in the next week and do a mini cost service study. And then we've recently introduced a new CIS system, and I can't guarantee that even if we could do the cost of service study, we'd be able to set up the billing parameters in order to do this.
Well, then, what I would ask, sorry, I'm out of time, but I actually don't think my time started. I think I'm still Councillor Paquette according to mine here. So
That's correct.
I'm wondering if we need to grab something quickly before we can do something more fine-grained. I would really, my feeling would be that it would make more sense, rather than grabbing the water bill, would be to grab the drainage bill. I think that's a better proxy. Because I don't think there's any relationship to the meter, quite frankly. But I think drainage has been designed to have a look at land, is based on how much land you're sitting on.
Yeah.
And I think that's a better proxy, quite frankly. And I suspect, Chief, that that would probably line up more with our proxy for demand as well. It doesn't deal with the higher density buildings, but that would be closer to what you'd be looking at in terms of measuring how much hydrant coverage we need, correct?
Councillor Anderson, I'd have to look how we follow the American Water Works Association guidance to find that proxy that links to the demand for firefighting water, because that would allow, you know, the customers that require us to put more water on fire, that distribution more evenly. And so I don't have a firm answer for you on that, but I would have to look at how that link would apply.
Okay.
I can speak to that because we have reviewed this as part of our development
Yep.
on this. And so there is a process defined in the M1 manual. And so it really is based on fire flow and those duration by customer class. So you allocate your costs into those buckets, and then you can set your recovery on either consumption, which we agree is probably not the way to do it. You can just divide it by customers, which is unfair, particularly on the commercial side, or you can do it on meters. And so meters is an absolutely acceptable process.
Okay, so you're literally counting the number of meters. So a large building that would have multiple meters would pay a lot more than
Correct,
theoretically.
and it's meter size, so it's based
Okay.
on proportionality. So if you're West Edmonton Mall and have a single huge meter,
Okay,
you attract a lot more cost than a residential customer with a
all
very
right.
small.
Well,
meter.
I'm more comfortable with that than the idea of use. Mr. Beckett, any thoughts on that? As a kind of placeholder to get us through this piece until we can do something more fine-grained?
No, that sounds like a reasonable approach. I would suggest, though, that you don't have to wait 5 years for the next PBR.
To do it, we could do it as as an adjustment, yeah.
To do an adjustment, because this is a phase two issue, a rate design issue, not a cost of service issue. So it could be changed anytime.
Which we agree. So what I'm hearing is we will bring forward our application in a couple of weeks with this built in as part of the meter charge. And then we'll initiate a project to look at that and say, is that the right way to do it, or can we go back to something different in the future, if that makes sense?
Yep, good. Great. Anything else, Mr. Beckett, on this one?
No, I'm good.
Great, thanks. Then, if somebody, just as a process here, I think this one has to go to council. So it'll go on, I presume it'll go to next week's meeting to be definitive. So we have a recommendation, though, to do the shift, I think. Let me just pull up what's here.
This one is the recommendation is to receive for information.
Oh, just to receive for information.
Henderson, yes.
But we need something a bit more active than that, don't we?
I'm looking to Barry, I think we've written it in a way that receipt for information allows us to pursue this to go into the PBR.
Yeah, we struggled a bit with the best process, so we were looking for guidance from Utility Committee and maybe a few other councillors today to give support for this treatment, and then EPCOR would incorporate it. There is the hearing in June, and then council ultimately approves a rate application in July or August. So that would be the final blessing of this treatment.
But not the decision to take it off the tax base, which I think probably does need a motion. I think from a governance point of view, I think council needs to have the ability to weigh in on that. And I'm not sure the PBR, putting it on the PBR is one thing, saying we're not going to cover this on the tax base anymore, I think is a different act. In part because that we need to have clarity too, that this represents theoretically as much as a 1% tax cut should do. And we need to make sure there's some vigilance around that.
So I want to work with the clerks a little bit on the process, if that's all right.
All right,
And so
then
we
let's,
can move on.
can I suggest then we park this? I think we've got a few other items and we'll come back. I think probably this committee should make some kind of recommendation to council at this point. Because I'd hate for you to do all the work and then, I don't think it's likely, and then have council go, no, you can't do this when we come later. Great, all right, so can we just, if we can just postpone this till later in the
I'll
meeting?
move that we postpone this till the end of the meeting.
Great, all in
Or do you
favor?
want to, or
Or
just postpone it? So we
postpone
don't-
it to a future point of the meeting, and we'll deal with it when we can get there. Okay? Somebody, please vote. Okay, is anybody opposed to that? Hearing none, that is postponed. All right, franchise fees.
We don't have a presentation.
I just
right to question.
Yeah, I have some questions on this, but does anybody else on the franchise fees? Because I think this was my bright idea to begin with. I'm not, Councillor Walters? Okay. Thanks for the report. It was great to go back over the white paper. It still leaves me in the same place I was in before, and the answer may be, well, that's the way it is. But I was really I never really was comfortable that I understood what the rationale, besides we've always done it this way, was for how these rates got set to begin with. That how we link it, just having had the conversation about the hydrants, how we link, our real costs, and make sure that what we're setting in these franchise fees, and it's probably across all of them, is actually linked to something tangible that we can state. So, clearly there's and I understand there's long time practice and everybody does it this way. We all sort of copy from each other, but I'm just a little bit troubled that we don't have a rationale for saying 8% is the right number. So, or in the case of in the case of ATCO, it's an entirely different number. And I remember with ATCO, we put it up precisely because their formula was meaning they were looking at a significant drop. The argument at the time I think that I made was our costs weren't dropping. So that's why we adjusted it up. But again, I don't know what the original, I know I don't expect this to get answered today. It's really a larger question that I have about how we can adjudicate these when they're really just being set based on tradition.
No, that's a fair question and comment, and we did try to look into that and
the
provide
answer is
some
it's always
context.
been like that,
And
yeah.
the gist of it is the target was set when the franchise was first put into. And the idea is we're trying to diversify our municipal revenues and provide predictable, stable sources of revenue going forward, which it is, but it doesn't answer that first question. How do we come up with that first number? And I think and I don't believe there is an exact science to this.
No.
It's just what felt fair at the time. And in pulling this report together and comparing it to other municipalities, it seemed like 8% was in the ballpark. There's 10% that Grand Prairie charges for their water and wastewater. So, there isn't a lot of information to go on. We know that the ATCO Gas one, the 35%, that's sort of a limit set by the AUC and followed by the whole province. And we know that our EPCOR electricity, again, was a very unique formula. Whatever that initial dollar amount was an amount set that we felt we should get for that franchise. And then it's a unique formula of just increasing by CPI plus 1.5%. So again, I'm sorry, I can't give you a better answer than that.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, because I think we come back to the place we sort of knew, is that way back in the annals of time, it was set for reasons that, and I don't know, and it's really a generic question I'm asking here. I don't want us to fuss this too much. It won't come up again for 20 years, I don't think. So, but I'm curious about it. Mr. Beckett, do you have any thoughts on this? Are there, about how these were originally arrived at? And I don't mean in terms of necessarily City of Edmonton, but in a larger sense.
No, I think Mr. McNabb has pretty well nailed it. There's no regulatory science behind how these things are set. It's usually done by comparison of other utilities and what feels right.
Because do we have a sense of, well, is there any equivalent in linear tax or in, I'm just wondering, I don't know, or there must be private sector, if you're going across a piece of private land, there must be, or that just is always negotiated the same way, you pay what the market will bear.
Right. Yeah, you can pay right away, like a right of way payment.
Yeah.
if you build a transmission line across somebody's property, for instance. So there are comparisons like that.
Yeah.
I'm not aware, though, that they've ever really been applied to franchise fees.
Right. Well, good. And and I understand that this is more complex. It's not just about using our right of way. It's also about having the right. With an ATCO, it's also about having the right to serve all of the citizens of Edmonton, so they get a competitive advantage out of it as well, which is a little bit different with the utilities we own ourselves. So. Well, thank you for this. I don't want to beat this particular horse to death, but I was more curious, and thank you for the analysis. It sort of confirms, I guess, what we already knew, and I think it begs the question of, of what happens the next time these have to come to utility committee, and what we're actually looking at. Councillor Walters.
So, yeah, I can admit to some lingering confusion about this. The acquiescence to the arbitrary seems so odd in a utility business generally. So maybe, I guess one thing that I am confused about is, you talked about the limit in terms of natural gas franchise fees, the limit set by the AUC, and then there's a formula. Maybe describe that to me a little bit more. Like, why is Edmonton's rate percentage so much higher comparatively? When I look at that chart, it's 35% versus, like, I don't quite understand that still after all these years.
Well, you're not alone, Councillor. The one that stuck out a bit for me was comparing the rate for ATCO Gas Edmonton versus Calgary.
That's right.
And
That's
Calgary
the one.
was 11%. But so I did a little looking into it, and there's two different ways to calculate the franchise. You calculate that percent and you apply it to the amount of revenue that ATCO generates in that area. And it's 35% that we apply for Edmonton, but that's just on ATCO gas distribution's pipes and people. Whereas in Calgary, it's not just pipes and people. They add the price of commodity, so you end up buying gas as a customer. So their base in Calgary is much bigger. They include the cost of gas, not just the pipes. And so that's part of the reason why they have a much lower rate, if that makes sense. The other thing is, again, I don't know all the history on the 35% limit. Again, it went through a process. I know it's AUMA and AUC agreed that that's the limit. And different municipalities do have different amounts. But to some extent, the municipalities are increasing these rates based on the requirement. I just saw something on the AUC last night. I think it was Stony Plain went, and forgive me if I'm wrong, went up to 35%. So I think the reason we went up to 35% was, I think it was 2018 or 19, there was a sudden drop in the amount of revenue that ATCO Gas was getting in 1 year, and it had to do with riders. So we went to 35% because part of the reason we want a franchise fee is to have sustainable, predictable revenue for the city.
But again, sustainable, predictable revenue for what exactly? Because if there's no understanding of this cost of service or the cost drivers. So maybe I'll ask Mr. Beckett, when you say there's no regulatory science to this, you never say things like that. That's an odd statement to hear come out of your mouth. It's perplexing. So why do we accept that there's no regulatory science to the fee here and no real understanding of what cost that fee is serving?
Well, when a municipality grants the service area, the monopoly service to their customers, they really set the cost of doing that business. So it's not set by the regulator; it's set by the municipality, and it just becomes a part of the utility's cost of service.
So that therein is the problem, if there is to be a problem, which is why we're talking about it, is that it's not that there's a lack of regulatory science. It's just something that the regulator has to and the utility have to absorb, because there's no municipal science behind the original agreement or the original principles driving the agreement.
That's exactly right. There's no, as far as I've been able to determine, there's no municipal science behind setting these rates.
Okay. And how would you create a municipal sign? It's like, who would be responsible for that?
Oh, you've stumped me. I haven't got it.
Yes.
I don't have a clue.
I finally stumped Mr. Beckett now. Because we don't talk about that in the white paper, like what are the principles that we would apply to the creation of a franchise fee? We just say, right, Mr. McNabb, we just say that's what it is, based on, it's always been thus. I don't even know.
I guess the only thing I'd add to that is that the franchise fee does show up as a separate line item on the utility customer bill. And if utility customers saw that the municipalities were gouging the utilities, there would be consequences to that. But that's about the only thing I can come up with.
If they understood that we were, if we were.
I don't know how many customers look at each line item on their bill.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Henderson, for bringing this up. At first, I wasn't sure why. And obviously, the more we hear about it, the more it is, to borrow the word, perplexing. It kind of feels like this idea that mom always cut the ends off the ham, so we do too. And I'm wondering if there's a way for us to get to some sort of formula that makes sense so that when people look at it, they understand why. Because this sort of ad hoc approach, it's just not in keeping with the way that we try to do things. And so who would be in charge of doing something like this to keep going with Councillor Walter's questions? That's my big question. Would optimizing this and clarifying it and actually adding some sort of sensible formula aid us and aid future councils and the public and the utilities, frankly, so that, we're talking about, we want sustainable and predictable outcomes from this, but we're talking about we're talking about a resource that fluctuates. So I'm just wondering how we get to something that's more sensible. Anyone can jump in.
It's Mr. McNabb.
Where would we send this out in order to start this kind of work?
Yeah, and I guess maybe this was a first step and provided good information, but it's clearly not hitting the mark on this one underlying thing. I think it's just reiterating what we've all said, and Mr. Beckett, I mean, you're trying to find a sweet spot, if you will, where you're diversifying the revenue of the municipality, because there's pressures on that side, but at the same time, you're not trying to overburden or make the utility rates not comparable to elsewhere. You don't want them to become unrealistic, and businesses and homeowners pay too much, and they're no longer competitive. So again, I guess we're all saying, unfortunately, there isn't an exact calculation, and it's probably more a benchmarking what the city needs to continue to be sustainable and what's comparable to other markets, and it doesn't put too much pressure on the end customers.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, but how do you connect that concept with the way that we've been doing it, which is basically ad hoc? We do it because other people did it, and ours may be differing in some minor ways, but there is no actual formula here.
Yeah, I'd just also probably say, in some ways, I think the city of Edmonton's been a little more at the leading edge of this, along with all their utilities. A lot of municipalities still don't have franchise fees, which I think is a fair cost that a utility should be paying for the services. So I think to some extent we've been ahead. And again, how that 8% was derived, we're really not clear. It was based on a target. I think as a municipality, we'd be most interested in, from that one hat, are we diversified enough? Is the revenue growing? Is it helping with the revenue the city needs to run its business? And I think, subject to Ms. Pearson's and others' thoughts, it is doing what's required. And if anything, the 8% compared to what we are able to see, and there's not a lot, is maybe a little less than 10% in other places. So it doesn't appear to be burdening the end users, or making these rates not competitive. So
Sure, but, it hasn't failed us yet, is one way to approach it. I'll just leave it at that. Councillor Henderson, I hope you don't actually let this go. I think that there's actually something here, so thank you.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where to go next. Understanding that I don't think we're going to have this question in front of us for a while. When would the next franchise agreement come up? They're 20-year agreements, right?
yeah, they're not 5-year renewals, but probably for quite, and they're all
Okay.
staggered.
So there'll be a 5-year. Because I recognize, and maybe there's a larger question here that we need to grapple with. It may, because this is around, I think, this is why it was a white paper to begin with. Because this is a flow-through. I think we have to recognize that. And I think we're deciding, it's not much different from the conversation we just had about fire hydrants, quite frankly. If we don't do it, if we don't raise this money here, then we would have to raise it through the tax base. It is a flow-through to our citizens who are paying it. Because the franchise fee actually shows up separately on the bill, is my memory. So they know it's not part of the rate. So it's a direct flow-through. So the real question is the right people paying the bill, and for the right reasons. In this case, we're saying that the utility, in order to provide what it provides, is using our stuff, and we have a right for that stuff to be recompensed for that stuff. Are the right people paying for that stuff is the question. Would it be better for them to pay for it through the tax base, or would it be better to pay for it based on use, which I think ends up happening. So it's, I think with ATCO, it's a slightly different situation because they're using our stuff to also make money for the business, and they get a competitive advantage by the fact that they also get a monopoly service for it. It's arguably the same thing is true of EPCOR, but that tends one way or the other to come back to the city of Edmonton. So I'm not quite sure where to go next. If we're going to get asked the question, I guess my struggle is if we're going to get asked the question of how much it should be, it would be nice to have something to hang our hat on. But the question is, do we want to raise more money to pay for some of the other stuff we do by charging greater franchise fees, and therefore it would go to the utility user, or is that and I think that's probably goes back to our challenge about what should be user fee and what should be tax based, what's public benefit, what's private benefit. I think maybe the best way to answer this question. If we don't do anything today, would you continue to kind of struggle with this question as part of that larger revenue piece in question? Because maybe that's the best place to be able to deal with this.
Councillor, that's what I was thinking, is this is just, it is something that does allow us for a diversified revenue source that is transparent to the utility. Like it is, as you said, it's separate on the bill. So, but I think it is a question of making sure it fits in that fiscal policy in the appropriate manner. So I wouldn't suggest a short-term fix to this. I would suggest a longer-term.
There's no need for a short-term fix. I don't. This question's going to come up for 5 years. So
I think it's just a longer-term frame, as we are doing with all of our revenue sources.
Then I'm wondering would a motion that sort of asks you to continue to look at this question of franchise fees as part of the larger conversation on fiscal tools to make sure it doesn't get lost?
That would be.
I think that would be the best way to do it. So I don't know if I can move that.
Please do.
Do I need to reframe that, restate that, or do you have it?
Yes, please. At this point, I have that administration continue to look at franchise fees.
As part of the larger conversation on the fiscal framework. I think that's the correct terminology, Ms.
I was
Parsons?
just going to look at the formal, it's in the last report.
Yeah, because that white paper is coming up to 8 years old now, so,
It's actually called the Fiscal Policy for Revenue Generation.
fiscal, okay, that's what I meant to say. Okay, any questions on that? Any? All right, do people need to see the motion, or are we good to just vote on that and move forward? All right, please vote then. And display the vote if we've all voted. And that's passed. Great, thanks, everybody. I know that was a bit of an esoteric discussion, but. All right, and that brings us on to item 6.5 and 6.4. And I think because we have speakers, probably a presentation would be appropriate. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Utility Committee members, members of council. Today we'll be presenting an update on the industrial, commercial, and institutional sector as part of the 25-year waste strategy. With me today are Michael Lebrecht, the branch manager of Waste Services, as well as Jody Goebel, director for the waste strategy. As you may recall, the 25-year waste strategy approved by City Council made a commitment to the source separation of organic waste across all waste sectors, with the city leading by example at city-owned and operated facilities and buildings. Although the COVID-19 pandemic required adjustments to the timelines originally contemplated in the strategy, the city created a contingency plan to address the risks and challenges presented by the pandemic and worked to quickly prioritize and accelerate activities that remain viable to advance our zero waste goals in 2020. This included significant progress on the rollout of the three-stream separation at city facilities, which is now in place at key locations such as City Hall, EPS headquarters, along with a number of other sites like office buildings, fire stations, libraries, and recreation centers. The lessons learned from this rollout, which will move outdoors to sites like the Valley Zoo, Fort Edmonton, and bookable picnic sites this year, will help to shape the program supports that the city will provide to the ICI sector in the future. I'll now pass the presentation over to Ms. Goebel to walk you through the rest of the details.
Good afternoon, or good morning, I guess. So today's presentation will provide a quick snapshot of the ICI sector waste in Edmonton and the objectives for the sector that were approved as part of Edmonton's 25-year waste strategy, along with an update on the path by which we will deliver on those objectives. The industrial, commercial, and institutional sector includes all non-residential waste generators in the city. It's not part of the regulated utility service provided by the City of Edmonton. Rather, it is serviced entirely by the private sector, and as such, we rely on research, engagement, and estimates to understand the sector. The city conducted new baseline research on the ICI sector in 2020, and our estimates are that of the more than 34,000 businesses, along with schools, hospitals, not-for-profit organizations, and others that generate waste in the sector represents approximately 770,000 tons of waste generation at Edmonton annually. As part of the 25-year waste strategy, City Council affirmed a 90% waste diversion target for all sectors. This commitment aligns with the Connect Edmonton strategic goals of climate resilience and regional prosperity by avoiding greenhouse gas emissions and maximizing the economic potential of a circular economy for recoverable waste streams. Citywide programming and regulations for source separation also support the big city move to be greener as we grow, as outlined in the city plan and measured in part by increased recycling of solid waste and reduced greenhouse gas emissions. The commitment to regulate the ICI sector for three-stream source separation is aligned to new standards that are currently being rolled out to the single-unit residential sector through the Edmonton CART rollout, and which are expected to extend to the multi-unit residential sector in 2023 following the consideration of a business case that will be presented to Utility Committee in June. By establishing consistent sorting expectations across all sectors, Edmonton will help to reinforce habits that align to our zero waste framework and improve community-level waste diversion performance. All of that said, the introduction of regulations for source separation in the ICI sector will not by themselves deliver the change that is required to achieve 90% diversion in the ICI sector. So along with the work outlined in today's report, administration will continue to explore mechanisms to maximize waste diversion in the sector, including waste to energy or waste to biofuels opportunities to maximize waste diversion. The following timeline, which is presented in today's report, outlines how administration will continue to advance towards recommendations, approval, and enforcement of a bylaw for source separation in the ICI sector. On the left in green, the city has confirmed our strategic objectives through Council's approval of the 25-year waste strategy in 2019. And following baseline research conducted last year, we will continue to prepare for multiple stages of engagement with the sector and key stakeholders, beginning after the election in the fall and continuing into 2022. The milestones in gray, including the expected timelines for bylaw approval and enforcement, will be shaped by and are subject to this engagement, but they aim to give predictability to the sector and key stakeholders as work continues. Our next steps include multiple phases of engagement with the ICI sector and key stakeholders beginning later this year, and our goal is to help ensure meaningful input, sufficient lead time, and appropriate support to implement three-stream separation. We'll be exploring regulatory considerations, the alignment of processing capacity, which will need to be invested in to make sure that we're able to capture all of the waste that will be diverted, and the potential for staged enforcement. This timeline allows administration to incorporate learnings from our residential three-stream waste separation programs, as well as the city transformation work that Gord outlined. Administration expects to recommend provisions for a three-stream mandatory recycling and organics diversion bylaw in the second quarter of 2022. And that concludes our presentation. So I know that we have some speakers and we are happy to answer any questions.
Great. Well, thanks. We will. I suspect there will be questions, but before we go there, we should hear from our speakers. So I'll just go through our rules of engagement for our speakers, because I think one of them has spoken to us before, but I think the other two haven't. So administration first will provide opening remarks, which they've just done in the presentation, and then members of the public will be invited to speak, which is where we're at. virtually using Google Meet. And apologies that we can't do this in person. Hopefully someday soon we'll be able to do that again. You'll each have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer here. However, I would recommend speakers may want to use a timer at home too, so that you know how much time you have left. So, because at the end of the 5 minutes, I will have to cut you off. But when you're finished, when the speaker's finished, please stay on the line, as committee may wish to ask questions at the end of the panel of speakers. So we'll hear from all three of you, and then committee may well have questions for you, so please don't go anywhere. So please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting. It creates issues with decorum and also can provide unfair advantage and interferes with the live stream, which is the most important piece. Additionally, remember to mute your microphone when you're not presenting or answering questions. And if you're having any difficulties, the Office of the City Clerk has resources available to facilitate your communication. So please reach out using the contact information provided in your registration or city.clerk@edmonton.ca. So we have three speakers, and up first is Richard Moreau from Lewis Estates Grand Condominium Corporation. So Mr. Moreau, the next 5 minutes are yours.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for allowing us to speak. As I said, I'm the president of Lewis Estate Grand. I'm also the president of a 156 business commercial condominium corporation. I've spoken to the city before in regards to this, and the reason why I am talking is I am quite disappointed at the lack of response and what seems to be the lack of concern on behalf of City Council in regards to this. We do not oppose what the city is looking to do in regards to its waste and separating the waste between recyclables, the garbage, the compost. I mean, we do embrace this along with both the business side and the residential side. However, our problem is on the residential side where the exorbitant rates that we're being charged in regards to the waste removal. Now, if you go to slide number 2, you're going to see that Mr. Beckett had made a comment that people don't look at their line items on their bill, but the reality is we do. We have to be very conscious of what we're spending when we have just been charged $434,000 in regards to insurances. We're seeing massive increases everywhere. Building envelope issues on problems of construction that were approved many years ago by the city and everything else. So as you can see, we're being charged $5,199, and I believe that says some odd cents in regards to our waste removal, which equates to over $62,000 a year for 3 bins dumped twice a week. Go to the next slide. I've gone out and I've quoted from both GFL and 310 Dump. If we were allowed, as you do for commercial, to get our own contracts under the guidance of the city with parameters, etc., and with all the new policies coming out. You can see between these two quotes, these actually equate, let's go to the next slide, please. These equate to just under $19,000 that we would be charged. That's a savings of over $43,000 a year. Now, it's my understanding the city, when it is offering these types of services, when there is a private sector that we can go to, the city must remain competitive in what it's charging us. As you can see in regards to this, we're paying 3 times the amount we should be in the private sector. This is a very difficult thing. New stats out this morning is over 212,000 job losses in Canada. Edmonton is currently sitting at the highest percentage rate of unemployment, yet we got to keep paying these higher and higher, more exorbitant bills. We don't oppose what the city's plans are with separating the garbage. We welcome that with open arms. However, we are asking again that the city address this immediately and allow us to go out and contract our own garbage removal. You can see the savings. We're proving it here under the guidance of the city. We are all for that. This is, again, I mean, we had 0 response from our last presentation, and we're coming back again saying, look, the numbers speak for themselves, and the city should be looking at this and should be competitive, and they're obviously not. We ask that the city immediately allows us to opt out of the waste removal program of the city doing it, allow us to get our own contract, and proceed forward. That's pretty much what we have to say on this, and we have not received any kind of response from the city previously on this. And it's quite disturbing that it seems like it's a very high lack of concern. So my question is the city willing to allow us to opt out and not pay these exorbitant rates, do our own waste removal under the parameters and the guidelines of what the city says it must be done? And that's what I have to say at this moment.
Great, thank
Questions?
you. Well, we'll hear from the other two speakers, and I suspect there'll be questions. So next I have Ms. Monkhouse.
Oh, well, good morning again, gentlemen. Thank you for allowing us to speak again. In case you forgot who I am, I'm Donna Monkhouse, and I'm the Executive Director of the Alberta Residential Landlords Association, ARLA. Thank you for this opportunity to speak again today to the Utility Committee on the waste management issue. We refer to the item in the ICI Waste Management Update Report. In leading by example through the City Corporation Waste Transformation Project, a multi-unit residential sector source separation business case will be presented for consideration in June 2021 with proposed implementation in spring 2023. These programs will serve as a helpful foundation for source separation in the industrial, commercial, and institutional sector. A bylaw to mandate source separation in the sector is expected to reinforce residential habits and contribute to the success of source separation programs citywide. We are aware that waste services is an essential part of the city plan. Waste Services' goal is to support and encourage Edmontonians, businesses, and institutions in their waste management practices. We understand that organics are part of the 25-year plan, and we support that initiative and the diversion efforts. We're asking to be involved in the business case as a major stakeholder, and that one of the business cases be to allow the multi-unit properties with bin collection the option to opt out of the City of Edmonton waste and recycling services and fees and pursue contracting private sector services that meet or exceed the minimal city standards for waste and recycling services and organics processing. We can and have provided documentation that would support this request, and I will be sending further documentation by way of letter next week to each of you. Multi-unit properties are required to carry a business license and are classed as commercial, and as such, we should be afforded those same opportunities as the ICI sector. Those rentals are how we survive. In August of 2019, the Utility Committee made recommendations to exit the ICI sector waste and recycling removal program. In October 2019, this was brought to Council and passed, and it was put in place in March of 2020. And now plan to create a bylaw to encourage the ICI sector to adopt the principles of the 25-year plan is underway. We would ask that that option to opt out be implemented now to assist multifamily with their business. Our business could also be implemented into the same plan as the ICI sector. Thank you.
Thank you. And then finally, Mr. Hantiak.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Cam Hantiak. I'm the Director of Public Affairs for Western Canada for Waste Management of Canada Corporation. And we do appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee today. Waste Management of Canada Corp is a sub of Waste Management Inc., and we have significant operations in Western Canada, especially in Alberta. After reviewing the ICI sector update, I did want to offer the following comments on behalf of Waste Management of Canada Corporation, as well as a great many of our customers in the Edmonton area. We understand the desire to increase diversion rates across all sectors, single-family residential homes, multifamily, as well as institutions and businesses in the region. And my first observation, speaking on behalf of the industry, and you know, this sounds like it may be a little bit different from the previous two speakers, but I would say Mr. Lebrecht's organization has shown a commitment to working with my industry in terms of identifying risks, opportunities, you know, trying to identify potential unintended consequences associated with regulating the IC&I world, not just from the waste generation perspective, our customers, but also from the industry players like ourselves. My hope today is simply to ensure that committee members understand where we as industry participants are coming from. In my experience, and I've been in the business about 16 years, has been that you private companies, both large and small, that operate in the region are willing participants in the city's efforts to increase diversion. We are also supportive of policies that support private industry and a competitive and transparent marketplace. We believe that monopoly and policies that select against Edmonton-based businesses should be considered as decisions are made that impact the private sector, and this is both in terms of collection of a segregated waste stream, as well as processing. We do applaud the city's decision to move out of the commercial collection space, and that provided opportunities for local environmental businesses and saved the city of Edmonton from having to invest capital and operation dollars in a space that was already well serviced. And again, I need to emphasize that my company and our industry does not generate the recycling and waste streams. We merely service the businesses that require that service. Our position is that the city is best positioned to operate as the regulator through mechanisms like bylaw enforcement and education, and we support that position. Already in many instances, we provide three-stream services for businesses, well in advance of any bylaw, and I'm sure council probably recognizes that already. We are prepared to work with the city and our customers to ensure responsible waste management is achieved in an environmentally sustainable and cost-effective way. So my overall ask is that as the city moves forward with their ICI strategy, they remain mindful of what the private sector has to offer, the savings that Edmonton ratepayers and businesses could realize, and as the city attempts to move businesses toward more sustainable practices, that our businesses and our employees can be willing partners. To say that there are a lot of moving bits and pieces to the city's 25-year strategy to get to 90% diversion would be a bit of an understatement, and it's certainly not my intent to, kind of confuse the issue at hand and try to deal with all of them. I mean, that certainly wouldn't be fair, and my 5 minutes would run out very quickly. However, all the policies and decisions that are made by the city on the waste file do tend to overlap, and one example is was pointed out by the previous two speakers. So increasing diversion of multifamily units can be achieved in an open market setting, and what that can do is relieve the city from having to invest in trucks and bins and those types of assets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think I'll leave my comments there, and happy to answer any questions from an industry perspective if I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we do indeed have questions. Councillor Walters.
Thank you. So, Mr. Hantiuk, thanks for taking the time to be here today. And I have questions for you, thanks to the other two speakers as well. I'll ask questions about their submissions to administration when the time comes, so I won't have any for you specifically. But Mr. Hantiuk, can you just give me a couple very general questions to start with? Your perspective on the concept of zero waste. I'd just be curious what your view on that is. On zero waste as a goal.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Zero waste is certainly an aspirational goal, but I think what we need to be thinking about is less on the downstream side and more on the upstream side. I think there's probably more to be gained environmentally by amending the types of packaging, for example, that we're seeing, making it convenient for source separation. As the city well knows, the battle against contamination exists not only on the materials recovery facility side, but also on the organic side. So, is zero waste something that we're prepared to participate in? Well, I can certainly tell you from Waste Management's perspective, we were one of the early signatories to the Paris Accord, and we maintained our commitment as a major corporation to the Paris Accord, and hopefully that sends a message.
Okay, thank you for that, and I do agree with you that it's both upstream and downstream, and it's amazing to me the kind of coalition that supports EPR, and the fact that we don't yet have that in Alberta is quite remarkable. So I appreciate your advocacy on that as well. Now, I wanted to ask you, and I have two more questions, so just be mindful of my time, your perspective on the opportunities that exist within a circular economy lens. So if you could just wax poetic about that for a minute or less.
Well, various people have differing opinions on the opportunities that exist within a circular economy. I think I'm going to preface that by saying, and being mindful of your time, that a ton of waste today doesn't look like a ton of waste did 10 years ago, and a ton of waste won't look like a ton of waste 10 years from now either. I think we need to be careful in terms of stampeding toward just one solution, given the way the waste stream can change over time. But other opportunities, absolutely. I mean, waste management is a big investor in Enerchem. So, we have a dog in that hunt, and at the Waste Management Center of Excellence in the City of Edmonton. We as a corporation and most other large corporations, though I can't speak for all of them, recognize that there will be opportunities in terms of recycling, commodity sales, those various elements and aspects of managing a waste stream, whether it's organics, whether it's the commodities themselves, or even managing the residual waste in a way that makes the most sense.
Right. And I think further down the line, the conversation about whether circular economy ultimately means less landfilling, which I think it does mean. But that's a larger question. We had our solid waste collaborative meeting around the EMRB, like the region is looking at solid waste as an opportunity. The conversation was yesterday. It was noted that any real meaningful approach to ICI has to be conducted at the regional level to avoid, sort of different rules in different municipalities. Maybe your perspective on the role you see your industry playing in helping us develop a regional approach to diversion in the ICI sector.
Well, as I said in my comments, I believe either from a regional or a city perspective, your role as regulator is an important one because it supports the long-term visions that the city has. I think what the private sector can bring are capital dollars and operational dollars that save the municipalities within the region from having to invest in trucks when the private sector's already made that investment. We're prepared to make investments in facilities to handle various, commodity streams. And, a great many of us are prepared to invest in organics collection and processing as well. I mean, that's no secret either. I think in an open, transparent, competitive marketplace, cost efficiencies can be developed and innovation can be achieved. Typically, when private business tries to operate in a monopoly, it's a disincentive to participate, and I think that's the one unintended consequence that we all need to be mindful of. That just as companies like mine provide benefits to the operations of the previous two speakers, we can also help municipalities divert limited capital dollars to other areas where the private sector doesn't have a role to play. But in areas where we do, it could be our dollars, our risk, and our opportunity.
Good. Thank you. I'm over time. Thanks for those answers. Thanks for the speech.
Councillor Banga? And then we're getting perilously close to the noon hour here. So actually, before we start with Councillor Banga, he's looking like he's the last question on. So can we just, if it's okay with everybody, to extend for his 5 minutes, and then we'll have to take lunch break at that point. Is that all right? Okay. I will assume silence is approval. Okay, Councillor Banga, you can bring us home to lunch.
Thank you. Mr. Hantiuk, I know I should be asking this question to the administration. Looking at the figures that the previous two presenters presented, I'm going to ask you this question anyway. These figures are like staggering, 3 times cost. Would you be able to comment where is the disconnect?
Wow. It sounds like a simple question, but there's an awful lot to unpack there. I guess the first comment I would make, Councillor, and again, thank you for the question and through the chair. I'm always uncomfortable speaking about pricing in a competitive industry. There's certain things that I'm comfortable talking about, and certain things that I'm uncomfortable talking about. So I can't speak to anybody else's specific pricing. I think, though, that packed into some of those numbers are the costs to run eco stations, the drop-offs, and the public education, and some of those other services that waste and recycling provides. But that certainly doesn't formulate the delta in the difference. So it could simply be because we operate with greater density. So, we're not having to drive our vehicles from one multifamily to the next multifamily to the next multifamily. We might have a recycling truck that's on a route. And because it has density, we also have efficiency. The same would be said for an organics vehicle collecting or, residual waste. What I often hear from, various circles is that, the private sector is only able to do it because they don't use, because we don't use unions, or, we pay slave wages. Well, I can tell you, a company like mine, we operate under a collective bargaining agreement. The vast majority of our collectors are unionized. So, I do tend to want to take that one off the table, and our folks operate with a great benefit package and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I can only speak for my company on that. So I think it's the efficiencies. Typically, we keep our assets in play a little bit longer than municipalities do as well. But if you were to ask me, I'd say it's the efficiencies in routing and the way we manage the business overall that allows us to keep our price where it is. How the city of Edmonton arrives at their price, that truly would be a question for administration. But I can tell you in virtually every major municipality that we operate in, and colleagues of yours that I've spoken with, it's very difficult to unbundle all of the costs associated with the collection, because sometimes your fleet is managed separately, then your human resources are managed separately, and procurement, buys your diesel, operates separately, and you buy your truck separately, and it can be very challenging to unbundle exactly what those costs are. But again, I'm not speaking on behalf of Mr. Lebrecht. He's certainly able to speak to that issue. I can only give you my observation in terms of efficiency and operation, that we all in our industry drive toward. So for example, we will change our routes every couple of months if we gain or lose customers, and we've lost that density. So we're always focusing on efficiency to keep our costs down. And that includes our supply chain, just as the city of Edmonton tries to achieve savings through their supply chain. So it's not one. It's just not one thing that allows us to operate profitably at a rate that seems to have a great delta.
Thank you. Just a quick question for Mr. Moreau and Ms. Monkhouse. So at this point in time, are you asking the city to look at providing competitive rates, or you just want to totally disengage?
From our point of view, from the Condo Corporation, and what has worked for the Business Condo Corporation, is we're looking to just opt out completely, still under the guidance of what the parameters are set by the city. But we've compared apples to apples with the number of lifts required and dumps, etc. So we're looking to say, allow us to opt out and show you that this can work. And as you've seen by the numbers, it's a staggering difference. So we're asking for ourselves, allow us to do our own garbage collection under our own contract, still under the parameters set by the city. Donna?
We are asking for the same thing. We want the option to be able to opt out of the City of Edmonton services.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Well, we're at time here. I don't see any other questions. I would just say that to Mr. Moreau and Ms. Monkhouse, I think it's not that your questions would be ignored. It is part of the discussion that we expect will be coming up on the whole question of how we deal with the multi-unit stuff. So that discussion is coming up with you as part of the business planning exercise, but I'll confirm that with administration when we get back. It's just changing it on the fly like this, it has huge regulatory implications. So it's not a decision that can be made quickly. It actually affects a great deal of many other things, but I think it will be part of the discussion going forward, and I have every expectation that you'll be part of that discussion. But we'll confirm that. We'll come back after lunch and ask those questions of administration. So we're back here at 1:30. And you're welcome to join us and listen at that point, but there'll be no further questions for you guys. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Orlev.
It is that time, so I will do a quick roll call to see if we're all back. So, just make sure I don't forget anybody. I'm here. Councillor Walters was here. He's close. Councillor Banga?
Back on, sir.
Councillor Hamilton?
Hello, good afternoon.
Councillor McKean?
Yo.
Councillor Paquette? Right, well, hopefully he will join us again shortly. Councillor Walters is now here. As I can see, I can attest to. Are there any other councillors joining us that I'm missing? I'm just looking at the list. No, it looks like we drove them all away. All right. Good. Well, oh, there. I spoke too soon. Councillor Cartmel looks like he's just joined us. Welcome back. All right, and do we have Councillor Paquette yet? Okay, I expect he'll join us again shortly. All right, so my suggestion is, we do have a motion now ready on the fire hydrants, but let's finish this item first, since we're in the midst of it. So questions of administration. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the same question that I did ask one of our speakers earlier. I think that question is better here than there. But anyway, the question is again, when we're looking at all these figures, that what a private contractor could do for these folks in hauling their garbage out, and it's a humongous difference, like a 3 times, 18,000 as compared to 62,000. Could somebody be able to explain to me why such a big difference?
Councillor, I can do that. And again, most of the questions related to the multi-unit sector, and we'll be bringing back business case in June on that, and actually having a scheduled check-in with committee in April. But the $30 that is paid for a door, if you will, for the condos and the apartments, essentially what you're getting for the $30 are all the programs and the services that the utility provides. I can't speak to the $18,000 number because that was provided by someone else. But what I will say is that we've shared some of this material. We're getting questions on it as well, and we fully expect to lay all that out as part of the business case. But when you think about what the difference in the money would be, is that there's a landfill liability to manage. We've got, we run 3 processing streams and recyclables and organics and RDF, which brings a cost to the program. We operate 4 eco stations. We have $450 million of assets that need to be renewed, and part of the asset recapitalization is part of that number. We have 12 big bin events, 21 bin drop-off locations, and all those things, and we'll lay this out clean and bare, but all those things contribute to the cost that would be in the higher number that was presented. I can't remember what it was, 48,000, but compared to a number that might just reflect quite possibly just tipping it and running it to the landfill. So we can't present options on the multi-unit sector without speaking to that in a significant amount of detail, and that's what we intend to do.
Okay, and that $30 per door, are they per collection or are they per week, per month?
That's it. It's 30, I don't know the exact number, actually. Somebody might know the exact number. It's $30. Let's say roughly $30. But the $30, it's a monthly charge, and that's what, when we bring rate filings forward and then we set the rates for the next year, it's shown in those tables there. So that is for all the services that I just discussed a moment ago.
Okay, so in that information you're bringing back, there has to be, like, is there some kind of breakdown that we would sense that what goes where?
Exactly. Yeah, we'll break that down in an infinite amount of detail.
Okay, and that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walters.
Thanks. So just, I know we're going to talk more about this in June, right? The multifamily or multi-unit sector. So in that, you're going to give us a bit of a history of the city's history in terms of regulating the multi-unit sector? Because it wasn't always the case that we did.
Right. We started doing that in 2009, I think. Was the time.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was a bit of a dynamic time.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. And you're going to tell us how you currently run it. You know, we regulate it. Is it the same kind of mix as the residential sector in terms of private contractor, city-run truck, like from the hauling perspective? Is it that same kind of mix?
I would think of it that way. It's 50-50. We're 50-50 single, roughly 50-50
Okay.
on the collection side on multi, but the processing, of course, is done.
Right, and you can move that needle, like we could choose to move that needle either, like the dial either way towards more public hauling or more private hauling, and that would affect the costs too, right?
Well, it would, and I think, I guess, when we bring back the business case is the what to do.
Yeah.
And then decisions can be made on the how. And so the theory of it goes, it ought not matter who collects the waste, because we're obligated to try to keep those costs and value high, and therefore we'll always look at costs between doing that externally or doing that with our own staff. So it's
Right.
about the what for the business case.
But the how has an effect on the ratepayer.
It does.
Yeah, so I think that's an important, it would be good to see all those options, I think, right? And then, but if we were, had still some sort of, as the speakers were asking for, some kind of aspirational regulation around, through source separation and, three-stream, and they had the ability to kind of play in the open marketplace about who picks it, who their contracts are with, that the cost wouldn't be this cost comparators wouldn't be the same that they were showing us, right? Because the people that they contracted with would have to adhere to our regulated strategy, and that would change those numbers likely that they presented us today.
I would think they would, yes, Councillor.
Yeah, and I know it's speculative, and we'll talk about that all then. Just on the ICAI stuff, I wonder, so what are we going to do? Like, what do you think we should do about that? Like, I know the report's there, but it doesn't jump out at me. Here's our approach.
Sure. Well, I think, maybe get Ms. Gable to kind of weigh in on this as well. I think we're, because of the decisions that we've made, we're heading down a policy-based approach, in which case you would expect to see a bylaw, and the bylaw would stipulate, obviously, three-stream diversion.
Okay.
I think one of the things we need to be able to do is measure it, because I don't think we would propose a bylaw or program without a means to measure. I think that's been kind of an oversight in the past, especially in this business. So we'd have to figure out what that looks like. And that implies that we have to have a means of volumes and weighing and where's the material going. So that's that. The other thing that I think would have to happen is that we laid out there's 770,000 tons in the marketplace. And what doesn't exist in the marketplace right now is the processing capacity for those volumes. So industry would have to obviously respond to that in time as well. So that's another factor that's in there. And what that looks like and how that looks like eventually will.
So are we aware now about how much now is being landfilled versus how much is being recycled versus how much is being, exists in some kind of circular economy strategy? Do we have any idea about that?
We only have a preliminary picture, and it doesn't even feel like enough to extrapolate to the full sector, so that's part of what we'll be doing over the course of this
Right.
year and through engagement.
And because they don't have to, there's no reporting of data, like, they don't have to report it, so. Like, I guess they have to report it because they should know how much they're landfilling, because they have to weigh it.
Yeah,
Right.
so private waste generators would have a sense of that if they were interested, and some are very keen, and some are eager to report to us on their performance. So there are examples within the ICI sector that have actually been instrumental in helping us implement our own city transformation and the other work that we're doing with regards to the residential sector. But that is the outlier at this point. And so there is probably a good portion of the sector that is not familiar with what's happening with their waste because it hasn't been a priority for them to understand it.
In sharing of data and ability to measure is a really, really important part of this, and I think that's Councillor, that comes up at, the Waste Collaborative of the region as well. I think it's some of the early work of the collaboration. Where's it all going? And
Big presentation yesterday on measurement and data, so I think it's, like, we're getting there. I'll have questions about the region on the second round, Mr. Chair.
Just to explore a little bit more, and I realize we're not really talking about the multi-unit today, but to be clear, the problem with opting out is ultimately what you'd be opting out of is regulatory control of your pickup, correct? I mean, you'd have to opt out of the regulatory side of our business.
Yes, and since you asked the question, I think the other thing as well is that every business case that's required a rate adjustment through the utility committee contemplates multi-unit being in that sector as well.
Yeah, no, understood. But, but I just want to explore it a little bit. So, my guess is, at the end of the day, with the ICI, it wasn't a question of opting out, it was a question of opting in a way. And even then, it was not opting into a regulated business. It was opting into us competing as a, so we stopped competing with the private sector and the private sector's business on the ICI side, which is different from saying you can opt out of a regulated business. Because that would have, people opting out without knowing would have implications for everybody who's still on the regulated side, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Yeah, so I mean, I understand. I mean, and I think we will have the chance to talk about this, I presume, as part of the discussion that's going. But it may not be an opt-out question. It might be about everybody out or everybody in. I'm guessing that in order to really truly go down this road would probably have to be the scenario we're looking at.
I think, and we've been, as a staff, kind of thinking about what this is going to look like when it comes back, and I think, we have to provide the analysis and the data, anticipating that likely would be one of the questions, for sure.
And if those citizens were opting out, they would also have to opt out of all the other services that come with it besides who comes and picks up their dumpster. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, what's really clear in all of this is a lot more discussion and conversation has to go on to understand the true complexity of it. So, just to reiterate one more time, that is what's going to happen over the next few months, correct?
That's correct.
Great, good. On the other side, because I think and I think we heard it again today from the truly non-regulated side of the business, the ICI piece, that there's a real willingness to go down the road we're talking about. Calgary's already been down this road for 5-6 years now?
Yeah, they had a staged implementation, but I believe their bylaw has been in enforcement since 2018.
Yeah, and that really leads to the question I want to ask right now, because it seems to me the more notice we can give, not necessarily the details of how, but that this is coming and that we need to negotiate this, will be to the benefit of everybody in terms of the kind of investments that need to be made, the kind of long-term planning that needs to be made, the kind of business planning that the private sector will need to do. So just in terms of our thinking on this, in terms of the timing as we move forward, it seems to me that sooner we can signal that this will happen, what we need to work out is the how, probably the best for everybody. And I'm wondering if that's something we can do in this next stage, that we can at least say this, we need to get, we're committed that we will create regulation around expectation for source separation for the entire city, including ICI, and frame some kind of motion around that so we can give indication. So it then becomes a process of negotiating how to do it rather than whether it's going to happen or not, and if there's any value in doing that.
Well, and if I may, Councillor, I think City Council has already made that commitment
I
through the
would argue we
25-year
have
waste
to,
strategy.
yeah.
I think what we intended to do today is reiterate what we see as the sort of COVID-impacted timeline for
Yeah.
the sector, so that we can give back some certainty after a pretty unprecedented
And
year.
I'm totally comfortable with that. I think it's more important that this happen than that we put people at a disadvantage because we don't give them enough. I mean, if they can't ramp up properly, if they can't tool up properly, if they can't adjust properly, we may do inadvertent damage. And I don't think that's ever been the intent. But I would like, I think we need to be, and I think you're probably right. We've already said this will be so, but I'm just wondering if there's any value in being clear about that as you move forward.
Any direction to us, of course, would be helpful, but I think the question, Mr. Chair, I think is really one for council, and
that's
Yeah.
exactly what I'm,
So-
and in a way, that's what I'm asking, because I think we had hoped that we had, in original timelines, we would have been looking at a bylaw by now. A lot of work has been done by this council around that, and a lot of signals have been sent, and I'm just wondering, given that we can't do the bylaw, which we hope we would do right now, if there's something else we can do that can stand in for that kind of choice, and maybe it's unnecessary. I may be worrying unnecessarily on this, I'm not suggesting doing it today. I think this might be something to think about for June. That you can at least get some kind of vote at council that says not how this will be so, but that this will be so. Think about it. Yeah.
We'll take that away.
Yep.
Sure.
I'm out of
We'll take
time,
that away.
and I will go to Councillor Banga.
Thank you. A couple more questions. I should have probably asked them in the first round, but I didn't. Just to confirm, our waste is hauled by city and by contractor. They're about 50-50 portions, aren't they?
They are, yes, Councillor.
And I just wanted to find out, I know anything to the dump is not desirable, but when we take anything to the landfill, are we getting the same rate as a contractor would, private contractor would at the dump site, or is it different? Or are we getting some kind of volume discount?
I don't think we have the specific answer to that, Councillor, but anything that we haul to Riley, which is where our residual waste goes, and we move over 300,000 tons there a year, we likely get just by volume alone, we'll get a preferred rate on that. What others pay to landfill and where they landfill, we don't have that information in the commercial sector. We just don't.
Okay. And just to, I guess, develop a little more on what the speakers were mentioning about opting out. What would be the message to them for now?
We're actually, the message is, we're in two rounds of engagement with the multi-unit sector. I'll get Jody to kind of amplify that, but we're going to go through a second round and participate in the engagement, look forward to the business case. We're actually providing as much information out when the questions come as we can. We provided Ms. Munghouse with a list of answers to a bunch of questions just this morning as well, and gave her a virtual tour of the site. We've done things like that, so it's participate in the process, and certainly be an active participant in the process is what we would ask, and then we'll come back with the results of that. Jody?
Well, and
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I think Mr. Hantiuk touched on it earlier, but it's quite a complex system, and it can be difficult to unpack all of the costs that are factored into our rates. So, I think even the utility advisor would chime in to say we have a system that's arranged so that we are as open and transparent with the rates and the impact to our rates as possible. But we will continue to work, and we will be presenting an update report in April that tries to help unpack that further with regard to the questions that we're receiving from the multi-unit sector. But I think as Michael has pointed out, there are a significant portion of the system costs that are factored into that monthly rate that go beyond what it is to just simply collect and haul to landfill the waste that's generated by the multi-unit sector. So we will be presenting that in quite a bit of detail over the course of the next few months.
Okay. And my last question is, do we know when last audit was done on the waste services?
Yep. The last audit was done in 2018. There were 8 recommendations, and all those have been, I think it was 2018. I know I was here. It was 2018.
So they were, all those recommendations, they are in place?
Yes, they are. And we've also, just additionally, we did a cost of service study in 2019, Santosh? Yeah, 2019 as well. So those are all there and available too.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot.
Councillor Walters.
And what an audit that was. The assertion that we can't get too far ahead of our regional partners on an ICI strategy, I want you to respond to that, and how does that affect, kind of, like, if you believe that, how does that affect our pace and our, you know, I know we're fully engaged in the MRS, like the regional servicing plan work and the solid waste collaborative. And that's, like, yesterday's meeting was really good, I thought. You know, there's lots of good thinking going on there, but it's kind of moves slow, right? So maybe slower than we want to move. So just kind of reconcile all that.
Sure. And I have a director, her name's Jennifer Martin, who sits on the Waste Collaborative, so she's there and participates along. And I think the collaborative is just finding kind of its legs around priorities and things like that. I think that, I guess my response to your question, Councillor, would be anything that we do and learn, we will share. We've told everybody this as well. And it's hard to overlook the fact that, you know, we carry the largest volumes here in the city, so we have to be sensitive to that as well. So my personal view on it is that anything we do is not wasted, because at the end of the day, anything that gets done on the ICI side in the way of processing and collection, the best value comes at scale, and there will be opportunities, you know, there for other jurisdictions to participate.
So it's not so as we get too far ahead, so I guess what I'm saying is we don't have to all go at the same pace, knowing that we're working together. So if we move farther ahead because our volumes are so high, we just need to be comfortable that everyone's going to catch up. That's a different way to say that. Right?
Sure, and I don't think there's any risk of us moving ahead. I mean, anything we do and learn, we'll use with a collaborative, and there'll be opportunities for folks to plug into that. In fact, we did some of that a couple of years ago around organics processing. Where's the options? And I think all the folks around the table understand that kind of at scale is where you kind of get the best value, and you know, we'll share everything we have.
So even though we may be going a little faster, we also have to be mindful of what we create is transferable to a regional approach. So we're not just thinking about ourselves. Like, we're moving at our own pace, but we're also thinking with a regional mindset as we move at our own pace.
And what we did, and you'll know this, Councillor, is that we used zero waste framing for the regional long-term objective as well. So, you know, policy-wise, there's an intent to kind of align for sure. So that should help in time as well.
Thanks.
Thank you. Not seeing any other questions. Mr. Beckett, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, what has come up here is actually a common regulatory issue. It has to do with customers determining that they can source services at a lower cost than the embedded costs associated with the regulated service. And so they try to bypass those costs, which leads to the technical term is stranded costs. And those stranded costs get piled onto the remaining regulated customers, which drives their cost up, which makes the problem even worse. The stranded costs are a result of decisions that were made on behalf of these customers probably years and years ago, because most of them are associated with capital investment. And so a common regulatory strategy for dealing with customers who want to leave regulated service and strand some costs is to charge them an exit fee. The other thing that often happens in situations like this is that private companies who are competing with the regulated services will often engage in, and this is a technical term, cherry picking. They'll look for customers that they can supply at the lowest possible incremental cost. And you have to recognize the emphasis on the word incremental, because utility rates are charged on average costs. Incremental costs is just the cost of making one additional stop along a route. And the last point I'd like to make is that if I was a private contractor operating in this environment and I saw a chance to chip away some customers from regulated service, I might be inclined to lowball my costs to start that process. So these are all things that you have to be sensitive about and watch very carefully when you run into a situation where customers are suggesting that it would be in their interest to leave the regulated service.
Thank you for that. I would say it ain't so, but that was very helpful. Thank you. And I think this is all part of, what needs to be part of the discussion of that bigger picture, which clearly needs to happen with all the people that keep on coming and speaking to us, so that the full ramification of all this can be understood. And that would be your point too, Mr. Beckett, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Great, thanks. But your wise words of wisdom have sparked thoughts in Councillor McKean.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm always interested in fairness, and the information presented us today sounds like there's a lack of equity in the system. But one of the questions I had, maybe not for you, Mr. Beckett, but maybe, is we have a system now that is based on greatly reducing impacts, ecological impacts on landfilling. And essentially there's been investments made by the city of Edmonton into this. And so part of the fairness equation that would be that all residents and all businesses contribute to the costs of a system that is good for all. Yes?
Well, I would agree with that. The one question that I would have had for Mr. Moreau when he presented those conflicting or those dramatically different cost estimates is, what do they do with the waste once they picked it up? Is it treated in the same manner as the City of Edmonton waste utility treats it, or is it just dumped somewhere? So that's part of an apples to apples comparison as well, and that's necessary to ensure fairness.
I might have put it as apple cores to orange peels, but that, yeah, I think that's the question in a nutshell. Is, are we talking about the same outcomes? And I'm not sure we are, and yet we still want to look at fairness. So I look forward to the future reports on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walters.
So, and I don't want to keep beating this horse, but essentially what you're saying, Mr. Beckett, is if people were allowed to opt out of the multi-unit, the costs, their share of the fixed costs per se, would then be transferred onto the people who stayed in the regulated rate. So if a councillor was interested in responding to those calls to opt out, they would also then be making the rate more expensive for other customers that remain, single-family residential, for example.
That's correct. It's called a death spiral, where as customers leave, the cost of the remaining customers goes up, which encourages more customers to leave.
Right. Thanks. Thanks for that clarification.
Well, and just to explore that a bit further, they would have also have had the use for free of all of these years of assets that they were not going to now have to pay for. I mean, so presumably understanding that they've been using those assets, but those assets are being paid for over time. I mean, that's, I think, also part of your point in terms of those stranded capital costs.
That's right. That's where the concept of the exit fee would come in, where they have to pick up some of those costs that were made in good faith
On their behalf.
for their benefit.
And that they
Yeah,
have,
on their behalf.
and that they have been benefiting from since we first started. Correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Good, thanks. Well, I think that's all really good to keep in, and that's triggered Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah. Thank you. And speaking of trigger warnings, sorry for being late. I was on the phone with my kid's orthodontist. Mulling this over for the past couple months, and just to add one more piece to this, in the end, if you connect all the dots, it doesn't end up being a savings for anyone, does it? If people are opting out. Like, in fact, it could lead to increased costs across the board.
I mean,
That's correct. That's correct. If it leads to lower efficiency, that would increase costs. If there was no change in efficiency, you're just moving money around from different pockets.
Yeah. So an isolated short-term gain could turn into a widespread long-term pain, to sum it up. Yeah. Okay. I understand. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think that's been a great discussion and will put us in good stead when we come back to this in April and then again in June. So if somebody would like to move to receive this information.
I move the recommendation.
Councillor Banga, assuming that we've discussed it to death, if somebody would like to, if we can all vote, that'd be great. I'm a yes. It's spinning.
We have all the votes,
It's
including
trying.
yours. Thank you.
Great, good, and that has passed. Okay, can I suggest very quickly we bring back up the item that we now have a motion for around the fire hydrants and clear that off before we go into the next item? So I'll just read the motion in, if that's okay with everybody. I'll just make it, I think, for simplest sake. So
Mr. Chair, apologies. There have been slight changes to it.
Oh,
I
okay.
can, if you'd like to read it,
Is
I
it up
can-
here? I will read it
Yeah.
off. If this
Okay.
is the correct version, I will read it from here rather than the one I have in paper. That Utility Committee recommend to the February 22nd, 2021 City Council that administration work with EPCOR in the development of its performance-based rates application effective April 1st, 2022, to amend the rates application to include the recovery of costs for public fire protection services in the water utility rates. Then remove the recovery of these costs from the current fire hydrant services agreement approach, resulting in a reduction in the operating budget requirement for fire rescue service as of April 1st, 2022. The administration, conditional on council's approval of this change to the water performance-based rates application, return with a budget adjustment in the 2021 fall supplementary operating budget adjustment report to reduce the operating budget for the fire rescue service branch on an ongoing basis starting in 2022 for the recovery of cost of providing public fire protection services. So I will move that. It's a bit complex in the way it's worded because obviously we still have to do a deal with EPCOR on this as part of the PBR, so it won't be formal until that's approved. And until such time as that's done and we're sure it's all going to work and we're not going to have a big tiff with EPCOR about it, which I doubt, we can't actually do anything to the budget, so that would have to follow. But my feeling is it's important, it would be awful to do all this work and then find out that council disagreed. So I think it's important to get something in front of council to green light this and not just do it as a receive for information. And that's why I'm suggesting that this motion allows for, if there is anybody at the council level, I think it's beyond the purview of the utility committee to make this larger decision. So I think we need something in front of council to make sure that they're supportive of this direction. And on that basis, I make this motion. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, then let's just please vote. I'm a
Thank you.
yes, sorry. Spinning again. I will reboot my little systems here and see if it helps.
Yes, you've all voted. Thank you.
Good, all right. Okay, that brings us now to the next two items that are together, really because the second piece, 6.6, is really an action that is predicated on our decision on 6.5. So do we need a presentation, or?
It's at the will of the committee.
Would
We do
anybody
have
like
one.
the presentation on this? Or should we go straight to questions? Okay, I'm going to presume it's okay. I have some questions then. I'm not seeing anybody else jump in on the question. So, and Mr. Beckett, I wouldn't mind your thinking on this as well. We had spoken when we did the last PBR of rearranging the way we would impanel ourselves in order to be able to ask questions of the applicant who's EPCOR. And one of the ideas that was floated was that rather than having to go through this system where we have to ask you a question to find out what question we should ask of EPCOR, and for that matter, for administration to be in a position to be able to publicly ask questions of EPCOR, that we impanel ourselves slightly differently so that you could all ask questions directly of EPCOR as part of the process, as part of essentially what the utility meeting that will now be essentially the public hearing for this PBR. So I have met and spoken with the clerk's office about this. My proposal is not so much that we add you, Mr. Beckett, or administration to the committee, because I think that has governance issues. It really is about coming up with a more efficient way to question the applicant. And I know it was suggested as a thought a few years ago when last we did this, that it was something we should consider, and I wanted to put it back on the table. So maybe as a starting place, Mr. Beckett, I wouldn't mind getting your thoughts on that, and whether or not you think I'm fussing about something that's not going to add any significant value.
No, I think you're fussing about something that would add considerable value. I find it frustrating too to have to chime in to suggest that you ask a question of EPCOR rather than being able to ask it directly. And I think the most effective form of dialogue between the regulator and the applicant allows for these kind of questions to come not just from the regulator, but from the regulator's staff. And to that extent, I'm sort of staff of your regulator, as is the city administration. I had understood that city administration was looking at some alternatives along those lines, but I don't know where that got to. But I think it definitely is something worth pursuing.
Well, it got to here, and I think we have been working a little bit behind the scenes on this. I mean, I think that there were some complexities in terms of our governance rules. I think that it opens up. Anyway, Ms. Burson, do you have any thoughts on this? I don't want to gang up on Ms. Giesbrecht, but yes, I do.
I actually don't want to gang up on Mr. Giesbrecht either. We, of course, will be supportive of whatever the committee wishes with that regard. I mean, we can try and work around what we can.
But I'm thinking that that this would probably make your lives a little bit easier as well.
In discussions with Mr. McNabb, it would.
Yeah. So, Ms. Giesbrecht, now I don't know if you're here, so now that you've sort of heard what we're trying to do, and I know we had a chance to talk about this offline. What kind of steps would we need to look at to not to add anybody to the committee, but to just really change our process in terms of how we respond both to the public who will come to the public meeting and I think EPCOR, who are the applicant.
So thank you. I'll maybe start, and then I am going to ask Ms. Johnson to assist in trying to walk us through to a place where obviously we want to meet the expectations of committee as well as of council, but also remember that the process from the lens that we're bringing to the conversation is to make sure that the public has an opportunity to come and represent their issues, concerns, if any at all, to committee. And so as you've already articulated, adding administration to a council committee would present some governance challenges, as well as the utility advisor being part of the deliberations in a way that hasn't currently been contemplated in the arrangements that we've put in place when the position was originally created. So I think what we're welcoming here today is a chance to have a public dialogue about how all parties can have their interests met while also being very cognizant of the council processes that have already been approved in the context of the Municipal Government Act. And we've had great conversations with administration, and I appreciate what they're trying to achieve is to just have a better discussion, so a better decision, a better place to have a discussion with committee, and we're not trying to put impediments in. We just want to make sure we're on the right side of the legislation.
Yeah, and if I can join in, right now, the Municipal Government Act has the one employee model. We all report to the city manager, and it would be out of place for administration to question EPCOR directly in the setting of a utility committee meeting. But administration in attachment 1 has set out a scheme where we have written responses and questions and reports coming into committee. And we can always go in private if committee has additional questions of administration and give candid answers to committee in private if that is deemed more appropriate by the committee members.
I'm out of time here, but I don't see anybody else on the board. So can I just a quick follow-up on that, though, if you don't mind, Councillor Walters, is my worry is that the whole point here is to be as open as possible. So the thought of going in private to do something that we're trying to do as openly as possible is why I'm getting a little bit hung up on that as a solution. But and I'm guessing there's a difference here between Mr. Beckett's roles and administration's role. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's helpful to know. Councillor Walters.
So, Ms. Johnson, essentially what you're saying is when we want administration to ask EPCOR questions, they can't, but we could go into private and they could tell us the questions they want asked of EPCOR, and we would then come back out of private and then ask them those questions?
We can certainly do it that way. And in addition, administration is writing a response to EPCOR submissions. So in that response is all the issues that administration can raise with respect to the application that EPCOR is making for their rates.
So then we just ask them so we have the list of questions administration has, and then we just ask them. So they have to have those in advance. If something came up in the nature of in the course of the discussion that they hadn't listed previously, that's when we then go into private and get those questions and come out. And it just, yeah, I guess I understand the limitations, but that is odd.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it's not the same as like an AUC hearing where you have parties giving evidence and people cross-examining them. This would turn a utility committee meeting more into like a form of a hearing that we're not really set up for in our governance structure.
Okay.
Well,
thanks.
Right.
That's clear what our limitations are.
I'm going to jump back in because I'm still because I think that is part of the problem that we set ourselves in taking the role of the regulator here, which we are clearly doing. And if our committee structure is getting in the way of us being the best regulator we can be on behalf of the citizens of Edmonton, then I think it needs to be addressed. I think that is the point of this, is we'd like to, understanding we can never completely line up with that because, AUC has availability of expertise beyond which I think any of us But I do think the idea was to try and approximate that as best as possible. And I'm struggling a little bit with the idea that we compromise administration by letting them ask questions. They're clearly asking questions anyway. The questions and the answer to those questions will be public anyway. I'm not sure what the distinction is between allowing them to ask questions in this setting, understanding they don't have any ability to make a motion or to speak to an issue, or let alone vote, why that compromises them, because we're not asking them to take a position, we're asking them to ask questions to help us make the decision. And that surely is the role they play anyway, and I don't understand how that would compromise their relationship with our one employee. Any more than they're compromised in doing their everyday duty and having got us that far and giving us all the other reports that they'll give us anyway. Thoughts? Ms. Johnson?
Well, if during the process of a committee meeting, administration is brought forward to basically question the applicant, I'm trying to think of how this would play out for the dynamics in the room. And that's what we're mostly worried about is our position is to support and give information to committee and answer council's questions. And we can provide written questions, and if something crops up that we're unexpected, we can take a break and provide more written questions if you don't want to go in private. But having the direct questioning, I guess that's just where it feels like it is completely off of our entire process that we have at the city.
And the problem here is that this is not a committee acting as a committee. This is a committee acting as a regulator. We're playing a very different role and a very different function. And that's why we're running into this. It's not, I think this committee operates as a committee most of the time, except in its relationship as a regulator, in this case with a third party. I think it's different, even when we're regulating our own internal piece. But EPCOR, strictly speaking, is a third party, and that changes the relationship. I can understand this hesitation if we were looking at this kind of setup for the regulation of waste, for instance, which I think I think that would get us into a different kind of place because that's internal to the city of Edmonton. But I think that's what's making this a little bit different. So I don't know if we're going to resolve this today, but I did want to throw the challenge out there. I don't think we have to resolve it today. Ms. Griesbeck?
So, and I will defer to Ms. Johnson. And as we're listening and we're trying to be creative to find the right solution. The limitations that we're representing to you beyond the limitations that are set out in the MGA are actually council's procedures bylaw and council's committee bylaw. So we're really just bringing forward the limitations that have been previously set by council. So I think what we've tried to articulate, or what administration's brought forward in attachment 1, is a path or a start down a path that does get you towards where you're trying to go. If you do send this up to council for approval, we can go offline again with legal services and see if we can look at what temporary one-time suspensions could be made by council to its own rules to see that administration could ask questions, but that would potentially require bylaw amendments, but we can take that away.
Well, we're just that bylaw, at least the utility bylaw, we're about to get rid of anyway. So that one at least is temporarily out of the way. Can I suggest? I think we don't need to slow this process down in terms of what's in front of us today. I'm wondering if the appropriate thing would be to do and I don't think we have to answer this question today. I'm wondering if a subsequent that asks for us to go, you now heard the concerns to ask to go away and think and look at this a bit more, and we can do that as a subsequent motion, and that could come back to us in April, I think. We really don't need to answer this question definitively until June, until the actual meeting happens. So, we can do the rest of it and leave this question of how we impanel ourselves till later. Does that make sense as a way to move forward?
Yeah, I think our intention, Councillor Henderson, was to come back in April anyways with a proposed format for the hearing or the proceeding.
So I think I see Councillor McKean's on the board, and I'll go to him next. But I think if we can pass this recommendation up as the process, remove the bylaw as it stands and ask administration to go back and think a little bit more. I think, I mean, certainly it sounds like it's possible to add Mr. Beckett, which would be make a huge step forward. That sounds simpler, and also to consider the question of administration as well. So we can do that as a subsequent motion, would be my suggestion. Councillor McKean.
Yeah, I've been listening carefully, and I'm trying to weigh the way that the procedure you described, Mr. Chair, how it would feel, having sat on police commission for 6 years, and that is an odd governance structure where the chief and the chief representative sit at the same side of the table as police commission, which I always thought was sent the wrong signals. So I guess if in the case of utility committee sitting there and a representative of administration asked their questions, that might feel okay, but I also was not turned off the idea of administration providing background materials and questions. That might be but Mr. Beckett, I think, is in a bit of a different situation. And again, I'm fairly new to the utility committee, so my apologies if I am astray here, but it's just kind of the feeling and the way it would look to the public as well, and the way it would feel to utility committee members if administration was sort of firing questions as well. It just seems a little odd to me, but I'm certainly open to those suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. This, just to clarify, this is not something that we could do overnight. This would take a lot of thinking and planning. Yeah. So we're not talking about, just jumping in with both feet. So there's a lot of things to consider because there really is, as far as I understand it, a lot of overlap between these issues, and it's getting more complex as we go forward in time. And especially as we go forward with the city plan and how we're going to see things sort of just, mesh together more than we're used to. So this work, to my mind, it seems fundamental. Like it really needs to be done. We've heard some of the drawbacks, but is it does administration, I don't know the comfort level but is there a possibility of coming back with this, understanding that there's no huge rush, but it does have to be timely, that can actually give us tools to ensure that we're because really the goal is to be overseeing things as best as we can for the public. And if we're dropping tools that might be necessary and important in that conversation, we're probably not fulfilling that role. Thoughts on that?
Question is to whom? I can try.
Oh, yeah. That was sort of, I guess, directed toward administration, but I think that Councillor Henderson, if you have thoughts, you can jump into it.
No, it's tough for me to answer that. It's not really my role to answer.
Yeah, that's why I was sort of directed at administration.
It's Barry McNabb here. So, all great thoughts, and I realize the governance limitations here. I think if we had to work within the confines of the city rather than the AUC, I think we're envisioning a proceeding which is more focused. And so heading into the proceeding, we've sort of laid out what we think are the key issues, and we want to focus on them. And so prior to that proceeding, certainly we're considering briefings from administration to the utility committee ahead of time. And so this is what we think the issues are based on the questions we've asked and gotten answers. And so these are the issues we think we should dive in on more. And just like the AUC, there would probably be 10, 20 questions per each issue. And at the AUC, it's administration asking those questions and based on responses being in a position to ask follow-up questions. And then once the commission or the utility committee sitting back hears the answers, then there's a debriefing in private. It's done in the AUC where administration and utility committee discuss what they've heard. And then it's the commission and the utility committee say, okay, now that I've heard this, I still have these key lingering questions. And that's where at the end, it's generally each of the utility committee members have one area that they focus on to try and get the final answers to. So it's probably a question of who asks those questions up front. It would probably be easier if it was administration, but if it isn't done, then that just falls to utility committee members to ask all those questions up front.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just turn to Mr. Beckett too, just to get some further thoughts, because I think this is both more simple and more complex than it may seem on the surface.
Well, I think the concept of oral questions after a round of written interrogatories is well established. The purpose of the written interrogatories is to whittle down the issues to those that really matter, and then allow them to be tested through an oral process. So the written process does have its place. It whittles down the number of issues and gets you to the ones that really, really are important. And then it allows you to focus on the ones that are really, really important. So I have to admit, I'm a creature of habit. This is the way that I have always been treated in a regulatory process. So it seems to make sense to me. But I understand that it has to fit within the city's way of doing things. I don't want you to underestimate the value of having that last opportunity to ask verbal questions of the applicant. To me, there's a significant amount of value to be added there.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, thank you for that. So, yeah, and nothing else to add. I absolutely agree. I think this that word optimization is popping up again.
Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Just a really quick thought in listening to the question of whether this is a committee or just what structure it should take. Does audit committee have something to offer here, where we have people external from city council sit on audit committee and ask questions of administration and of the auditor? Is there something in that model that might lend itself to some modification of this process? It just came to mind. Thought I'd offer that.
So thank you for that, Councillor Cartmel, and I'll maybe start. Many, many years ago, there wasn't a utility committee, and many, many years ago, there weren't external members on audit committee, so 100% your governance model as council can continually evolve, and that might be something that you want to, or the next council might want to look at. It is something that is typically done every sort of 10 to 12 years or 2 to 3 election cycles, so that is absolutely something that could be taken away. Again, any changes to council's committee structure or its procedures, I would just really appreciate the opportunity for city council to give us direction, but we'd be happy to go away and look at a more fulsome model for utility committee if that was direction. And you did in fact add 2 additional members last year, so memberships of your committees can change.
Good, thanks. Well, sorry, Tim, was that everything? Yep. Yeah.
That was all for, thank you.
So I think I think I'm framing in my mind, if people indulge me a little bit to sort of speak to this before we frame the motion, because it's got to be a subsequent, unfortunately. It strikes me that what Mr. McNabb said, there may be another nuance here, is that it's not that we all ask questions at the same time, but that we need to create a part of the process that allows administration to ask questions prior to the committee asking questions. That might be something we may want to consider that actually may clean up some of our governance issues. If that's, I think, my feeling is, we're being asked to do something that is a little bit unusual for councillors to stand in as regulators, and there is some really good practice around how that happens. So the more we can approximate that, the better I think we'll be able to do our job, given that we're not experts, probably even less so than the AUC is. And I think we have understanding that a number of us have been through this before, but won't likely be around next time. It seems to me this is the chance to try and get the process right, so we're passing on a good process to the next set of people who may be doing it for the first time. So I'd like to explore this a little bit further, understanding it probably will take more work, and I'm wondering, in framing a motion, Mr. Beckett, if we could include him in some of the thinking around this as we move forward. Ms. Griesbach, does that make sense?
Absolutely.
And then we can come back, and I'm fully prepared to continue, to engage as well if you'd like me there. And then to bring something back hopefully in April. And it'll have to go to council as well. So what I suggest then, we'll have to work that out as a subsequent, but in the meantime, I'm presuming there's no questions about the process being put forward in terms of timing for this. Everybody's comfortable with it. So we have two motions that we'll have to make first. The first, I think, is to approve that process, and I think that goes to council. I think it's a recommendation to council. So if somebody would like to move that recommendation, that'd be great.
I will move that, although I will argue that we're all completely comfortable with the volume and pace of what's about to happen to us. But I will happily move it nonetheless.
Yeah. Good, so that's moved. Just a quick question. One of the things that's probably not in here, but that we were talking about is there may be an ability to do a briefing session as well, which would not be officially part of this process, but might help just get us ready as part of the pieces that goes forward, correct?
That is correct, Councillor. We were thinking of doing an information briefing on process and some of the questions that could arise, just a standard briefing.
And the idea would be maybe slot those in before our opportunity to write written questions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So do we need to write that in or not? No, that's something we can just do. Yeah, Councillor Walters?
Well, I would just ask, because, there are very important component parts to the application, whether it be, the X factor, like these sort of glossary of terms that you could build out perhaps without a great deal of work, because I know a lot of work's coming, but so in that briefing, just a bit of a glossary of terms for people who haven't been through it before, kind of what's involved in the cost of service study, those kinds of things as examples.
That's the intent, so that's
okay.
Great to have that.
Great, well, I'm glad to repeat what was already in your mind. Thanks.
Well, and just actually, and I'm realizing, Councillor Banga, that you asked a question earlier about, a better description of a PBR that I suggested. This was the chance to do that. But in the interest, I think we need to do that. I think we're going to have to spend some more time on it. There is a pretty good description about what a PBR is in the beginning of this report. And then we'll definitely set up another opportunity to walk people through exactly that, because it does take quite a bit to wrap your mind around. So, great. All right, any further discussion of this first motion? So this is basically the recommendation in 6.5. Please vote. It went. It worked. Mine did anyway. Somebody else is probably spinning.
No, we have all the votes.
Great,
Mr. Chair.
okay. Then can we move on? So 6.6, we didn't have a separate presentation on it, but is essentially instructing council to get rid of our existing procedural bylaw. We would not, if I understand it correctly, at this point replace it. The idea would be to go through this process, and if we felt we needed to create a bylaw at the end of the process for future councils, we could do so at that time. So this is basically repealing the existing bylaw, which will make it easier to make some of these adjustments as we go along in the next few months.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor Henderson.
So would somebody like to move that? It's a recommendation to council.
Happy to do that.
Great. Any further discussion? All in favor? Or please vote. Sorry, I shouldn't assume. Do we have them all?
We have them all now, yes.
Has it passed? Display the vote. There we go. And that's passed. And then as a subsequent, did you have a chance to noodle something out for me?
Yes. Ms. Schlamp will put that up on the screen. Thank you.
The administration worked with the utility advisor on process options to allow greater flexibility for the discussion of the performance-based raised application at utility and then return to committee. Is that specific enough? You know what the discussion is.
Yes, and
Yeah.
Pending the discussion there, we probably need to pop up to council, but we can
Absolutely.
make this all work.
Yeah, this will have to go to council, but we have till April or even later to do this. I don't think there's yeah, there's, great. So I will move that. Any further discussion on that? All right, please vote. And display the vote. And that has passed. Thanks for everybody's patience on that. I think it will, I know it felt like a arduous conversation now, but I think it may save us grief later. All right, that brings us everything in public. So maybe before we go in private, I will call for notice of motions. Any motions? Okay, hearing none, I suggest why don't we move to go in private and then we'll go on our break? Does that work? Or
I
would you
will-
prefer to do it the other way around?
I'll move.
Vote.
It's as you wish.
Okay, let's move to go in private, then we'll take our break and come back in private. So I think Councillor Walters has moved to go in private.
Are we taking like replacing our 30-30 break with this?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong, no, we don't need to go on break. I was
It's
just
2:30.
reading the clock. No, let's keep on going. Sorry, let's move to go in private, my mistake.
So moved.
I have to pretend that I know how to read a clock. No break.
We're good to go, Mr. Chair.
Good. Then if somebody would like to make the motion for 9.1.
I'll make that motion.
All right, and there it is, and that it, no, that's still saying receive for information, which isn't quite what we're, not quite right.
Oh, I see it.
All right, understanding that what we're voting on is recommending to council that, administration proceed with option 2 and that it remain in private. Please vote. That's the intent of your motion, is it not?
Yeah,
Councilor
I'm a
Walters?
yes. My iPad died. Oh, no, it didn't, but I'm a yes.
And we have all the votes.
Okay. Now, 9.2, was it already going to council? No, it doesn't need to go to council. Or should it? It probably should.
That has to go to council.
Okay, well, let's send it to council. The motion is not saying that, but I think it's probably appropriate to send them together. Okay, there it is, recommend to city. Okay, it's just not that in the agenda. Perfect. All right, are you making that motion as well?
I'll
Councilor
move that
Walters?
as well. That's fine.
Assuming no further conversation, please vote.
Oh.
And display the vote. That 2 has passed. And then finally 9.3, which understood will go not to this council meeting, but to the next one. Somebody would like to move the recommendation 9.3?
So moved.
Councilor Banga, please vote. And display the vote. Great, and I've already done notices of motion, so thank you all for a good day's work. See you in April.